I think you on mute, Ashley.
Oh, hey y'all. Hey everyone. This is your girl Ashley Michelle. Welcome to the ladies' room. I got the whole squad here. We got Mrs. Cannon Hill. We got Mrs. Jovo.
Hey y'all.
We got Darwin Hill. You don't want to speak to us today, Darwin? No. And we got Mrs. Understanding.
Hi, good evening.
And we have two very, 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 very special guests. I'm so happy to have them on screen today. We got No Captivity with Freezy.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for having me. It's a pleasure.
And we have our girl, Robbie Privilege, in the house tonight. All right, we got a good show coming up. Oh, there you go. All right, y'all, we got a good show coming up. For those of you who are new to us, we are called The Ladies Room. We go live on Facebook and on YouTube every Wednesday night. And we talk about everything, y'all. Dating, marriage, love, family, mental health, physical health. We talk about some societal issues. We talk about so many different things right here in the ladies' room. So go ahead, make sure you hit the subscribe button. All right, you can like this video and share it with a friend, pass it on to some people you know on social media. Let them know about the ladies' room. All right, so we're gonna kick it off with our first topic, y'all. It's a heated one. All right, and I just want to know what everyone thinks about it. Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard about this. Roe versus Wade was a landmark decision issued in 1973. It all started with a woman who was in Texas, and she was pregnant with her third child. She wanted an abortion. Okay, and in Texas at the time, there was a statute that was banning abortion. All right, so she fought to have that overturned, and eventually the court held that a woman's right to an abortion was an implicit right, according to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. All right, so Roe versus Wade pretty much placed some restrictions and regulations on abortion. All right. Fast forward to 2022, the Supreme Court has actually overturned Roe versus Wade. All right, holding that there was no longer a federal constitutional right for a woman to abort a child. All right, so I just want to know, what do you guys think about Roe versus Wade being overturned? Who likes to go first? Not all at once. Not all.
Y'all want me to go first?
Crazy,
Yeah, let the guests first. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, hey, I'll kick it off. So basically, thanks again, Ashley, and to everybody, to the whole ladies' room for having me on this. I'm sorry, for having me on this show. But yeah, so basically, my thoughts on it is, at first notion is, men and women have been conditioned to think that this procedure is not actually deleting a life, right? And so-called activists, feminists, and liberals have been on the campaign to desensitize people, right? So primarily women into thinking that this is an innocent and even a moral decision. But we have so many stories of women going into depression and even needing therapy following the procedure because the soul and the spirit don't lie. We know that. We know we got some spiritual people on the panel. Hallelujah. So they know they know what they just did. We also know that the more you do something, the more you will rationalize it, making it likely to repeat the act, right? So it's just like it's just like I can't say the M word, but it's just like deleting a whole person, like a whole human, a grown-up person. The more you do it, the more you don't care. Hopefully this decision will bring some type of moral code back to society. That's what I say.
Okay. All right. So I heard a few different things. I heard the issue of there just it not being morally right. I heard your point about how um, the act of aborting the baby is actually deleting a life, contrary to what some anti or pro, I guess, some pro-choice activists.
Do you want to refrain from using that word on this show or what?
The M word.
No, the A word.
I don't know. Will we get blocked for that?
I don't know. I
I
want
just
to
say
respect the
termination because you're
Okay,
terminating
we'll say
pregnancy.
terminate. We'll say terminate. I
yeah,
don't
I
want
want to
to.
respect the show.
Let's stay safe and we can just say terminate. All right. So I heard you, Freezy. I want to hear what some other people have to say. Who like to chime in?
So Roe versus Wade being overturned is just a way to control women and get us back into a handmaiden's tale type of, you know what I'm saying, society. At the end of the day, you can tout morality, but everyone in the world is not a Christian. So your morals and values are your morals and values, but people are always seeking to judge someone. And Christians especially should know the Bible says, judge not, lest ye be judged. And what you do to the least of men, you do to me. So whatever people's personal choices they make in life, well, that's their personal choices, because I know that me, you, or anybody else on the panel don't have a heaven or hell to put anybody in. Now, when it comes down to women being depressed after they involve themselves in a termination, well, women are depressed after they give birth to live children. And postpartum depression is a very real thing. And I find it very interesting that a lot of people in society, especially men, are quick to acknowledge the depression after terminating a child, but they pretend as if postpartum depression is not a real thing. I've actually had friends self terminate after postpartum depression. So when we're talking about someone's decision to bring forth life, well, that's their decision. Because I'm just curious as to what is going to happen with all these new babies that will be, delivered and brought to life over the next decade. Will the complaint then be, well, now we have to pay too much child support? Now our society is overburdened and we can't pay for food. Starvation is an issue. Population control needs to be deployed. Like, I think people are looking at this situation in a very short-sighted manner, even the people that overturned the law. And, I'm here with the party hats on and the celebration because I see further out. But again, as you see from my lovely background, people raised on love see things different than those raised on survival.
Okay. Thank you, Robbie. All right, you brought up some interesting points about, the future and how this will impact our population and other societal issues, like, hunger and home, or, just various things. And then you also spoke to like the morality issue. That's always a tough path to walk because, you have people who make more of a scientific argument, and then you have people who are making a moral argument. But this is a lot of times we bring up the moral part of this even though we're really supposed to be separating church and state. So that's always very interesting. What do you all have to say? Cannon, what do you have to say?
I'm glad that Robbie brought up the population, because make no mistake, anyone who is learned or who has read or who has paid attention to the social climate would know that this has literally nothing to do with African American women. This is all about white women, and this is literally all about the white population. Ever since Roe versus Wade was first implemented, a certain population, the white nationalist movement, all of those different movements have been actively doing things to ensure that they got just this type of result by tilting the courts in their favor. Because if you listen, and I just saw a video earlier, there was actually a female politician, a white female politician standing up there with Trump just like 2 days ago, who said this is a win for white life. That's what she said. And they've been saying this for the longest. One of their biggest concerns and one of their biggest anxieties is becoming the minority. And that is a real issue for them. They don't want to be the minority. And white women get more deletions than anybody else, than any other group of women. It's white women. They make up the majority of the deletions. So this was overturned strictly to try to keep the population white. And that's what it's about. And we need to make no mistake about that. Morals has nothing to do with it. It's literally about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ken. And what did you want to add to this, Mrs. Understanding?
I love what everybody said. And just to piggyback off of it, I think the conversation is had from a moral standpoint because we tend to shame women for having sex. So a lot of times we hear, oh, you should have kept your legs closed and you wouldn't have had to deal with this right here, as if married couples don't have to get terminations. You know, sometimes the baby's not viable. Sometimes they just don't want no more kids. That's between them and God. But my grandfather's a pastor, and he always said you can't legislate religion. And I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but once we start saying, well, my religion is what should be the ones that's in school, then we get into some kind of supremacy, because who's to say that we shouldn't be praying 5 times a day to the east or the west, whichever way it is. But you know, it's supposed to be freedom of religion. And now we're trying to legislate, oh, well, put the 10 Commandments back. And that's just not how things go. I think everybody should have the choice. Like Robbie said, I do think they're trying to push us back to the, you know, Stone Age, because now they're trying to argue that contraceptives should be illegal as well. So it's a slippery slope.
Mm-hmm. There's always that issue about, you know, terminations that are recommended by doctors because of medical issues. Now, I know there's, you know, ectopic pregnancies, right? But those only represent about 2% of pregnancies, right? And from my understanding, Roe versus Wade didn't ban all terminations. They just gave states the right to regulate them, correct? So in some places, even those states with the heaviest restrictions or regulations on terminations still allow them for certain reasons, right? So can we speak to that a little bit? I get people on one side saying, okay, well, that's an issue, right? But those regulations, are you guys okay with it being regulated in that way?
What's being lost in this conversation is that what the court did, it legitimized them, period. Because the case that was in front of them was a totally different case. It wasn't even Roe versus Wade. So they overreached when they overturned it. They were supposed to make a decision on that case that was in front of them, so they could have overturned that one decision. I think it was what Casey, I can't remember, but it was the Casey one. They were supposed to be making a decision on that. But since again, this is what they were planning to do all along, and they just wanted to do it, is basically like they just did whatever they wanted to do. And this is what's missing from the conversation. While people are celebrating and all of these other things, they're not understanding that the courts are stacked in a way that these judges don't care about due process. They don't care about the law. They only care about their ideological stances. And that is very dangerous. Like they just go.
Uh-oh.
And I was gonna say it's not always epcoptic. I'm sorry, I can't always pronounce it. Sometimes
It's happening.
there you go. Sometimes I mean it's the family's choice. If the child is developing, I don't know, maybe not properly, maybe the brain is not developing as fast as they would hope, or something like that. If you as a family don't want to take on a mentally or I don't know what the politically correct word is anymore.
A child that will need special needs.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
special needs child. There you go. If that's not something you guys want to take on, then I feel like the government is overreaching and playing eugenics, because who are you to say that's something that me and my family have to do? If that's our choice, we decide, you know what, we can't afford that. We can't do that as a family. The government sure as shoot ain't gonna give us enough money to do it or resources. So I don't know. I think the government is overreaching here.
But
Okay.
So
wouldn't you feel like them allowing termination is playing eugenics? That's more of eugenics than what you just said, right? When you say that,
actually,
you understand?
I think if you don't understand the science about it, if you want to negate the fact that um, a living organism isn't really a human until like a certain amount of months, then I guess so. But at a certain 1 month or 2 months is not even a baby, until the heartbeat
But it
is formed,
becomes
right?
a
So
but it's
honestly,
yeah. Go
huh?
ahead. Right.
the baby has its own DNA signature by 11 weeks of pregnancy. And to Freezy's point, Planned Parenthood was actually founded by Margaret Stanger, and her
Exactly.
purposes were eugenics. But the
Exactly.
case that kicked off the demise of Roe v. Wade was Doby versus Jackson, and it was to do with a Mississippi health organization wanting to ban termination after 15 weeks, and they just used it to hot and move into overturning Roe versus Wade. Because even though Margaret Stanger, Bill Gates, and a host of other people, their family legacy has been eugenics, the minorities are becoming the majority. For those that are very much aware of Joe Biden's address to his council to deal with the pandemic, in that meeting, there is audio recordings of him stating, we, the Caucasian people, are going to become the minority, and we will have to be working for Hispanic people and African American people. I covered that on a video. I'll send it to you guys or whatever. But what it is that certain states have had laws banning termination since 1863. Those are the states that deletion is completely illegal right now. Those laws were already on the books. The funny thing about it is those states are also in the Bible Belt. You guys are absolutely right. It becomes a situation where it's now church and state combined, and the First Amendment gives you the right to the freedom of religion. So therefore, this is going over the line, and it's crossing into religious practices. And the reality is, when you go to Planned Parenthood, if you go to a Planned Parenthood on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, you'll see Catholic charities out there with their picket signs. You're going to go to hell, and you're going to go to hell. So it has always been a morality fight. And when you look at the justices that are sitting currently on the Supreme Court, a lot of them happen to be devout Christians and Catholics. So we now have religion deciding the laws in America. And while people are talking about Roe versus Wade being overturned, nobody is talking about you being able to sue a police officer for violating your Miranda rights. Nobody is talking about what they did with gun control. There's a lot that they are doing right now in the Supreme Court. This is a distraction. But what do I know?
So I know, Freezy, you had a question about like, wouldn't this be eugenics? But I think Cannon kind of spoke on that. If I'm understanding correctly, you said that if this is true, and I need to find some data to corroborate this, I don't know if this is true, that most abortion or deletions, most deletions are of non-Black babies and Caucasian babies. Do you have anything to share that you can share with me behind the scenes so I can check that out and put that up? Because if that's true, I think that kind of negates the eugenics argument. Because like,
Well, but the thing about it, Cannon Hill is right though. Most by numbers wise, more white babies are being deleted. That's true, but not. I mean, percentage wise, okay, black people only make up like 13% of the United States, right? So, but it's a fact that per capita, percentage wise, black people have more deletions per capita. Percentage wise. I mean,
Okay.
I think the last numbers I checked was like white people was like I think white people was like 34% and we was like 37 or something. I might be wrong as far as like 2022 because I think that the latest percentage I got, the latest stats I got was in like 2018 or something like that.
okay.
But I'm pretty
This
sure
is
it
my
hasn't
issue
changed.
with demonizing a medical procedure, because just because these women have gotten these things done doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't speak to their character. You don't know anything about these women. These women could be on their deathbed and it's them or the child. So just to say, oh, we've had a lot in this percentage, it doesn't say really much of anything about our character, I don't think.
Go
How
ahead,
about
Robbie.
this
Um,
though? How about this though? I have to give you pushback on that because the stats that you're looking at are based off of the insurance, medical codex, and billing methods. So African Americans per capita have a higher instance of having insurance that is governmental driven. When you're talking about Caucasians and other races, they have privatized insurance. And what they do is they will give a person of a other nationality a termination, but they will put under the medical coding DC. A DNC is when they scrape out the uterine wall. So it's still they're scraping out the uterine wall, but at the same time they're doing a termination. So this is the pushback that I have when people quote statistics. Is the statistic accurate or is it based off of the numbers that they want you to
Is
see?
that considered a termination, Robbie?
It is considered a termination if a woman is pregnant. But the thing with
Right.
privatized insurance is they don't have to list the pregnancy. When you have government funded insurance, they don't have a choice because the way Medicaid and Medicare bills, there is specific numbers for each and every single procedure. If they give you a Tylenol, it's billed under MED-734862. If they you understand what I'm saying? So it's very specific. And Ms. Jovo can tell you because she is a healthcare provider.
Okay.
they use the coding to determine when each fiscal year ends what services they need to get rid of or stop billing so much for, and then services that they need to increase in certain areas.
Okay.
Just to throw that in there.
I did find at the Kaiser Family Foundation the stat that I think you may have been referencing, Freezy, for the United States, 33% of the deletions are of white babies, while 38% are of Black babies. So,
Well, it rose then. It rose then.
so that's a high percentage. But like Ra was saying, these stats are what they want us to know. And we have to also kind of take into some other things like DNC procedures, which are not listed as deletions, even though that's what's happening when those procedures are occurring. So that's interesting. But my question is, why does it matter though? Like, why does it matter if they're Black babies, white babies?
I wanted to chime in
It matters.
on 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 this topic too, because
Oh,
what
go ahead.
Ross
Go ahead.
said, what Ross said and what Cannon said is very true. And I said this in the beginning that, and I actually posted something similar on my Facebook page about, the bigger question is what's next? What other rights, civil rights, what other decisions that the Supreme Court has made in the past, which other ones are in danger of being turned over? And if you think about some of these things like Brown versus the Board of Education, Plessy versus Ferguson, I think one of the senators, there was a senator that replied to a tweet given by President Obama about President Obama was expressing his concern about the overturning, and this senator really he literally said, "Now let's revisit Brown versus the Board of Education and Plessy versus Ferguson." So my thing is, just like Ross said, this is a big distraction, but it's something to think about. And make no mistake about it, they're looking, they're flipping, they're scrolling, they're trying to figure out which other rights, which other laws that they're going to get to kind of toy with and possibly overturn after this one. And that's my concern. And then my second point to this, and this is what Raven was talking about with special needs children. It's so funny how they're so ready to regulate and dictate what women should do with their bodies, but then the lack of resources, the lack of assistance that we have in this country already for just childcare, affordable childcare at that, when we look at the current economic status, and the actual resources out there for special needs children. And, I know we've spoken to other people on the show who have dealt with special needs kids, kids who need therapeutic services. You literally become your own social worker and caseworker, because the government literally has no one, unless you dig. No one knows where to start when a special needs kid is born. Like, that's not something that you automatically know how to do. But it's just funny to me how the priority is increasing the population, but then what are you going to do for the population? What services are you willing to open up to do something about this increase? Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Breezy, do you have any thoughts about what Jobo just said?
Well, yeah. Before I say, did anybody else want to say something? I don't. I have a lot to say on this subject. I don't want to hog the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But I do have a lot to say on this. But
Well, I know Darwin didn't get a chance to speak.
yeah,
Darwin, you want
let Darren talk. And
and
Well,
then you come back.
I really don't have too much to say about this. I really pretty much stay out of women's bodies, so I don't really care that much. What they do with their bodies and how they control their babies that's coming out. So I don't really have too much to say. But I just don't see this as solving anything worldly. I think it's just going to create more issues than anything. I don't understand why would they overturn that, especially with the adoption rate and all these kids in foster care and all what's going on. So it's just gonna be unwanted babies not getting taken care of, being put up for adoption, um, at an alarming rate. It's already going on right now. So if you go force women to have these babies that they don't want and some man don't want, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. Death rates might go up. We see all these deaths happening with women, with these men that don't want these babies, and they killing them, the girlfriend and the baby. So I mean, it's just a lot. Taking care of a kid is not easy. So I don't understand why someone will be forced to take her kid. So
Yeah, I think that what is ignored that does affect Black women disproportionately, that I think with this decision, is the femicide rates and the fact that please get your kids putting feet on your shoulders. But but when you look at the Black femicide rate specifically and you look at the maternal femicide rate, the fact of the matter is that the most dangerous time for a woman is during her pregnancy. And it's not because of pregnancy complications. It's from femicide. It's from domestic violence. And so I mean, that's not really even being addressed at all. And what you're doing is you're creating an environment where you're not addressing any of those concerns, and a concern that disproportionately affects Black women, but then you're limiting access to something like that without addressing that part. And yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Were you not finished?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I know we keep saying this kind of as a figure of speech, like, well, why would you do that? We already said it clearly. Like, I'm not making this up. It's to increase the white population. It has nothing to do with Black people. Black people need to understand this is to create a permanent underclass of us. That's what it's for. It's to increase the white population and to create a permanent underclass of us. There's no reason why any Black person anywhere should be celebrating this. Like, it makes no sense. Like, you have to look at the bigger picture. You have to understand what has been happening, and you have to be alarmed that the minority of the country is making the decisions for the majority of people. And I'm not just talking about the minority in terms of being white versus being other. I'm talking about the minority in terms of ideology, even if you want to look at it that way. The country is way more progressive than these people who have been put in place to make laws for everybody else. And they are making laws based on their ideology, and they're just doing whatever they want to do. Like, if you pay attention to politics, and I know we all say it doesn't matter who you vote for and this and that and the other, but at the end of the day, these people have gerrymandered districts for years. Like, they have had a very, like, just like we have had our grassroots civil rights movements in order to get all of these things in place, they have been actively engaging in their white nationalist agenda to get people in place to get their agenda done. And this is a part of it. And it is important for us to understand that. And if you don't understand it, then please look into it and educate yourself, because that is what is happening. It is not it's not good for us. It's not a simple thing to just be like, oh, well, morally, because I feel this way and I go to church. It's bigger than that. It's like you have to look at the bigger picture and you have to look at what's really happening.
Right. Exactly. There's a reason why the town that I'm from, where in the mayor's family, the white mayor's family, like 4 people in his family have been the mayor. They are raised and socialized to take over at an early age. Like, we can't let legacy and the way that we live. I love when they use that term. The way that we live, it cannot be threatened, which is us staying in our place, okay, and them continuing to lead. And they have several videos about that on YouTube about how years ago they've been looking at the population, and they want to strategically make certain laws and do certain planning to keep us in the minority. She's absolutely correct.
Can somebody?
And I think, I want to say just one thing. And I think isn't that why they, or not why, but wasn't that like the prediction for the pandemic, stay at home? Like, it was going to be another boom. Like, we're going to have all these babies coming out of it, and that's not what happened at all.
But
so, oh, go ahead.
Can somebody explain? Can somebody explain to me what is? I'm sorry, I'm a little slow, but what is infanticide or spermicide? Whatever you guys.
Infanticide is the process of deleting babies when they're fresh out the oven. You know, back in the 70s and the 80s, when children would be found in garbage bags and dumpsters. Get ready for that to come back, because that's going to come back. Because if women cannot get rid of a pregnancy, yeah, right, it's just going to be bigger numbers. They're going to be throwing them in garbage bags in the dumpsters. That's why they have all those programs at firehouses where you can drop babies off, even though they stopped having orphanages in America in 1970. So when you just see little ragamuffin kids that wind up being committed to a life of crime because they're not being raised well, then congratulations, because now you hoes can't be out here having no abortions. But as I said in the back chat, I just did a video today on learn the signs and act early, because I am a sitting member of that Council for the Center for Disease Controls and the American Association of Pediatrics. And I also sit on a council for special needs children in the state of Arkansas. And the reality is they are currently working to fix the laws regarding governmental funding so that these children can be taken care of right now. The ABA therapy program is severely understaffed. The occurrence of speech therapists, pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists for children in this group is well underfunded and it's well understaffed. So right now, children right now are not having their needs met. And this particular committee reaches across the country. It's in Puerto Rico, Guam, the United States Virgin Islands. So this is a global problem that they are starting to address. But if you're well read and well versed, then you know about the Rockefeller Papers, where they have multiple scenarios of what's going to happen with the population. So, I mean, again, I look at my brothers especially because they don't even get how this is a setup for them to be at the absolute bottom of the totem pole. If you think they're not going to create stricter and more stringent rules in regards to child support and the paternal intervention of the father in the life of the child, knowing that most of these men don't want to be bothered, so they can then enact the 13th Amendment and make you slaves to the United States of America. I don't know what to tell you. Like every time I see these brothers going in and yeah, these hoes, as if these women are getting pregnant by
That's
themselves,
what
as
I
if
was going to
they're
say too.
asexual. Yeah. Are they asexual beings? No,
I
we
was
even
going
have
to say that this is just not a woman's problem. It's a man's. It's a everybody problem. You know, women is just not the only ones that's going to be affected by this at all. You know, men are going to be affected by this. You know, grandparents. This is a early problem right now. So I don't like the when we try to separate it and be like, oh, women this and the men is that. The men probably going to be affected the most, especially financially with this problem. If they think they already got it hard with this child support and the way they're being controlled with the judicial system, with being able to see their kids and getting their rights, it's really gonna be a problem now. So it's gonna be some hell on both ends. So it's just not a woman's problem.
now, Darwin, don't you
Okay.
say that. You breaking bro code.
I'm not sure if you ever got a chance to add what you wanted to add.
No, I want everybody. I want everybody. I don't want a hard conversation, but I do want to say that. Let me get my thoughts together because Raw B said a lot, and
There are so many
let me
layers
see.
to this.
But no, I want to say this. Let's go back to. I think Robbie mentioned Margaret Sanger. That's a great point. I've heard like Kenny Hill said. I've heard that talking point that the white population was threatened and something had to be done about it. I heard that, and it might be some validity to that. But let's go back to what Robbie was saying about Margaret Sanger. We all know who Margaret. Well, if you don't know, you should get to know who Margaret Sanger is. Okay, Margaret Sanger, she basically is responsible for she motivated Planned Parenthood. And I'm not going to get into her religious aspects. I'm pretty sure some people on this panel don't even care. Okay, but it was said that she was a Satanist. Okay, and also she was big on eugenics. That's why I asked misunderstanding. What do you mean by eugenics? Because Margaret Sanger was big on eugenics.
Oh, I'm
And
glad you asked. Oh, you're not asking for real. My bad. Sorry.
well, what I'm trying to point out that Margaret Sanger was big on eugenics, and it's no secret that Planned Parenthood has targeted low income and impoverished urban communities. Most Planned Parenthoods are strategically placed in the vicinity of black neighborhoods. One would say this is by design, right? So it, if you ask me, if a woman gets pregnant, right, whether she has a termination or she decides to keep it, either way, it's a birth. Either way, it's a birth. The birth, either way, the birth is either going to be dead or alive. But it's going to be a birth because I'm going to tell you why it's a birth. I know everybody's squinching their face. It's a birth because whatever is in you is going to come out of you. It's a birth. It's coming out of your vaginal area. It's a birth.
Go ahead and tell a panel full of women how that's a birth. Go ahead.
It's a birth. Listen, scientifically and technically, it's still a birth. Whether the baby is dead or alive, it's still a birth. It's still
I
a
just
birth.
gave birth to some Burger King just about an hour ago.
I really get
This
like
shit came out of me like.
I want to make a point because we keep talking about as if Margaret Sanger invented terminations. Black women have been doing herbal terminations since the beginning of time. If you go ask these Caribbean women, they're not going to Planned Parenthood. They're drinking some little concoction or tonic that they have been given to pass it. I mean, I don't. This is she didn't invent it.
My thing is, so I get the moral argument, but even from, okay, let's say you have a moral stance on it, that's fine. But we still can't ignore some of the other issues, right? So childcare, employment opportunities for mothers, right? So, I get everybody when they're making the moral stance. I understand though that I can't put my moral stance on somebody else. So that's why sometimes I don't sway one way or the other. Morally, I would say, I'm against abortion, right? But I'm also informed about, or somewhat informed about, medical issues pertaining to births. I know that many women have medical situations where going full term through a pregnancy is life threatening. It could be life threatening to the woman, and it can be life threatening, or not life threatening, but it can cause very severe conditions for the baby. So my question to you, Freezy, would be, what do we do about that? It seems like the argument always stops at morality.
Well, what we can do, what we don't talk about, we talk about the travesty that Supreme Court overturned this decision, right? But what we don't talk about is what we can do to prohibit these situations, which is being responsible with sex.
But I'm asking about
that's a given.
What about the medical people? Because not every woman that gets an abortion, contrary to what people want to think, is
termination.
What Ashley is asking is, what about when because we do have genetic testing now that you can do as early as like 9, 10, 11 weeks of being pregnant, where they can identify certain issues and abnormalities.
Right.
And, sometimes they can tell if it's going to be viable or not. So what she's asking is, in those situations, what do? You
keep the baby, and you be responsible for what you get, for what God gave you. That's an easy question to answer. I mean, I don't know what y'all want me to say.
I do have a follow-up question. Can I ask
you answering that from? But see, this is the thing. It's like, are you answering that from a legal perspective, or because I understand, just like Ashley, I understand the morality of it all. Again, and we keep pretending as though the laws are trying to facilitate morality when they're not. I guess we just gonna keep talking about it as though the aim is to morally save lives and all that, when it's not. So like, that's the conversation we're having, even though that has nothing to do with the law. Like, what's going on with the law is that they're trying to preserve a certain type of population. That's what the agenda is. And it's not a talking point. That's literally what the agenda is. And when you brought up the fact that about Planned Parenthood being in low income areas and all those other things, they the fact of the matter the fact of the matter is that if you are born into poverty, and if you are Black and you are born into poverty, you are more likely to live in extreme abject poverty, which means everyone around you is poor. The more children you have in that state, the more likely you are to remain that way and to never get out, ever. Right? White people who are poor tend to live in more mixed income areas, which means that they have access to upward mobility, which means their children have access to better schools, all of those other things. My issue is that at the end of the day, all of these religious thought processes, you just want to start at close your legs and stop at this what you get, without any other consideration of any of the nuances, the gray area, or a lot of other things are actually affecting our communities that we are buckling under. We have mental health issues that Ms. Jovo was talking about that we aren't even equipped to deal with as is. And I know this firsthand, that we don't have support for things like that. I know people firsthand who are struggling with taking care of disabled family members and being full-time caregivers, which is not an easy job. It's a thankless job, and most people are not even equipped to do it. Most people are not, and nobody is running out to try to develop programs and build support systems and fund programs to help. It's all about, well, you lay down, so now you got to deal with whatever happens afterwards. It's
Well,
Wait, Ashley, wait.
Oh,
Let me intervene.
I was gonna say.
It's, what you just said was a great point, Cannon. But instead of lobbying for termination, let's lobby for these programs you guys are talking about. Let's do that. How about we do that?
We do that, but you all tend to prioritize the moral aspect, just like what they're doing with.
That's what I was going to.
We do that. We
That's
do
what I was
that.
going to touch on. Being moral. Let's not get it misconstrued. Being moral and being religious is two different things. We're trying to conflict. We can't conflict the two. You can be an atheist and still be moral. Okay.
So check
Right,
this
but
out.
you're bringing your religion into it, and this logic doesn't follow anywhere else. We don't not support drunk driving programs because people got drunk and drove, and that's just what they get. No, we support them. We put out training, all these fun things. Same thing with smoking. When people get their throat and they have to get the electrolytics, nobody says deny funding for them. They don't deserve it because they chose to smoke. No, this logic is nowhere else in the healthcare industry except when it comes to this.
And I'm
And I
gonna
don't see men on social media or on any type of platform advocating for longer maternity leaves for women or for increased pay during
Go ahead, Robbie. Go ahead.
So I just wonder, like, I feel you, like I'm not pro-abortion either, but you got to be consistent with your arguments, right? And then I keep going back to the medical part. Like, from my understanding, the overturning of Roe versus Wade means that a state could say, you know what, I'm banning all terminations regardless. And it's easy for me.
Even if they get raped, right?
It's easy for you, Freezy, especially as a man, to just be like, oh, well, you just got to deal with it. You might die next month because, your baby, you can't sustain this pregnancy, but you just got to take what God gives you. That's like easy to say, and like, who am I? And
yeah, I think that's easy to say, to know that you're carrying 9 months of an unviable pregnancy.
I was
maybe like it could be a child born with no brain. It could be a lot of different things, and he's just saying like, "Oh, okay, well, but you just got to."
But what's the percentage of these cases, though? Come on, let's be honest.
That's not the point. That was not your point. Your point was take it all the way through.
Hold on a second.
When you know, well, I said when they find out that there are genetic abnormalities or there are things going on that they already know is going to happen with that if it goes to term. And you said that they just got to take what they're going to get. That's what you said.
So right. I'm going to say this to you, Freezy, because again, I believe the ladies are right. As a man, it's kind of easy for you to be dismissive and just have a laissez-faire attitude when it comes to children with special needs. Like I told you, I work on government councils. This is what I do. I have a child with special needs, and I never would have terminated him. But other people have more severe issues. And I'm going to tell you, there is no funding. If you have a child that has cerebral palsy, if you have a child that has genetic abnormalities and their quality of life is zero, there is no funding. If you happen to make $1 over what is poverty in your state, then guess what? You will be beneath poverty because they're not helping you with transportation. They're not helping you with medical supplies. They're not helping you with specialists that your child needs. And I'm going to tell you, my child has autism and he can walk and he's now learning how to talk. But him going to developmental therapy, sensory therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, because I'm one of those type of mothers that make sure he's in everything that he can be in. And another reason why I'm on that committee is there was no access to the services readily available. I had to dig and search and find, but the bills for that was $10,000 a month. there is no relief, there is no resource. And what I never see when I go to these meetings and I'm out here advocating for these children is the men out there advocating for government officials to put more funding behind these children with special needs. So if you're going to have this stance that it's deal with what you got, I'm going to need you to put a battery in your brother's back so that they can get out there, so that they can go sit on councils, so that they can be advocates for their children. Because I'm going to tell you what, I just did a live stream about an hour before this one where I actually talked to people to give them information on learning the signs. When I ended that video, I had 30 views. No one was there. But people sit there in masses, thousands of views to listen to men call women whores. But when we're talking about the children and what the children need, because no matter how anybody feels about this Roe versus Wade situation, it's going to be the children. I just showed y'all on the screen a few minutes ago, and I'm going to show it to you again. CVS and Rite Aid pharmacies are already limiting access to Plan B pills. So there's a lot going on. And like how I said, I have worked in the healthcare industry as a nurse. I do work currently as an advocate for children. And the conversations that I hear on these spaces are so simplistic and minimalistic in their ideology because they're always talking about, well, we can do things to prevent. No, you cannot. Condoms don't have 100% accuracy. Birth control pills don't have 100% accuracy. I'm going to tell you, as a woman, when I was a younger woman, even though I was on top of my game with sexual, preparedness and making sure I didn't reproduce, they told me I was never going to have children. At 24 years old, I was told I was barren. I was never going to have children, but God said yes. So nothing on this planet is fallible to a child being born. And as for your comment about termination being a birth, I'm going to say this last part and I'm going to be quiet. When I gave birth to my son, as I was pushing him out of my body, my blood pressure dropped to 50 over 35. I almost died giving birth to him, giving him life. I have a cousin that had to deliver a baby stillborn at 9 months. You know how much that tore her up? I have a friend that she was 6 months old, 6 months pregnant, and her baby lost the heartbeat. She had to keep that baby in her body for 2 weeks, and then she had to push that baby out of her body. Do you know what a woman has to go through to recover from that? Be mindful of what you callously say. You have no idea what women go through and how this is going to affect women, their mentality, and how they live their lives. And I'm going to be quiet.
You know what?
This is
What?
why
Wait. Raw B, I want to say I salute you. That story you just told, you get all the praise from me. Because it takes a real woman to decide to go through something like that and to just persevere for your child with that type of condition. And somebody said, I think it was Ken, and somebody said something about full-time caregivers and stuff. Well, some of you might not know, just to give a caveat, right? I don't have any biological children, but I am a full-time caregiver for my mother, right? She has multiple sclerosis. I could have decided to say, listen, I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna stick my mom in a nursing home, but I didn't. Okay, because she deserves quality care as well. And who better to give it than her own son? Now I do understand from my experience, everybody don't feel that way, but I salute the people that push forward. I do. And some of these decisions are hard. This is called life, right? But this goes back to what I was saying. Raw B made a great point. This goes back to what I was saying about sex in general. This is why I advocate for women to close their legs, so you won't have to experience a lot of these issues. Not to give this caveat, but I'm just
How did you do all that? And then
listen. Hold on, wait. I got a point.
How you listen to married women give their experience and you circle back to women get
Because
closing legs?
listen, what I'm listen.
So married, no. So wives need to stop having sex.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are more. The point I'm trying to make is there are more preventative measures women can take than just having terminations. We have to go back before
women who just have terminations. Like that's not a proper way to frame that, even the way you just said that, than just termination. Women are not just terminating. Women take birth control.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put it that way, but I'm just saying what I'm saying.
Just using termination. It's
well,
just
I'm not just trying to say that women are just having terminations. What I'm saying is that what about the other preventative measures we don't talk about? We don't even want to discuss that. Wait. We don't want to discuss that. Hold on, wait, because I'm going somewhere with this.
But this is not fair because we talking about
wait. But no, because what I'm saying.
Why don't we talk about vasectomies? Why aren't we talking about vasectomies?
What I'm saying right now is in direct correlation with what we're talking about.
Yeah, why aren't we talking about vasectomies, Freezy? That is a way less invasive procedure.
Okay, listen. I don't. Well, that's a whole nother subject. I don't agree with vasectomy.
No, that's not. That's right on this subject.
Listen. No, look, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with men getting vasectomies. I would never get one. But to each his own. Wait, look, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Women have been given reproductive rights, and men have none. Right? So,
bro, you just
don't believe
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: reproductive rights, meaning if this woman gets pregnant for too many years, if this man even wants to keep the baby, whose decision is it to keep the baby, or whether they were going to terminate the baby?
And there you have it.
Wait, let me.
Wait. Answer the question. Wait.
So are you in favor of what just happened because you feel like it's unfair that women have reproductive rights?
No. I'm going to get into why Roe versus Wade shouldn't have been put in place from the get-go. I haven't even gotten into that. But what I'm saying is that women, once a woman's reproductive right gets taken away, and now she has to be more responsible with her body, it's a problem.
Freezy, listen.
It's a problem now.
It's not even about being more responsible with their body. It's about the ideology of the shit. I'm sorry, ladies. It's about the ideology of what you just said. Y'all want to tell women what to do with their bodies, but a procedure that is 20 minutes, it is not invasive at all. It is a same-day surgery, and it does not even mess up the function of your body. You can store your semen if you have enough money to do so and have children when it is responsibly viable for you to do so. Every single birth control measure causes harm to a woman. Let me be very clear, and I'm telling you this as a former nurse. Hormonal birth control can mess up a woman's entire body, causing her to gain weight, causing her to have hair in places that she is not supposed to have it, because it messes up her estrogen and testosterone balance. It causes ovarian
and the IUD. Let's not get started on that thing that gets lost.
It can cause an actual need for a complete and total hysterectomy, which means all of her feminine organs will be removed from her body. Period. When y'all can have a vasectomy.
Marry before you carry, man. Marry before you carry.
Let me chime in.
I need a minute. I'll be back.
No, just talking, just saying anything.
Being the only one.
How? Be more responsible. That's saying anything. Be more responsible is saying anything.
But listen.
Yeah, saying to be more responsible while actively advocating for men not to give vasectomies is hypocritical. And also, I should
advocate for vasectomies.
Hold on, Freezy.
If you advocate for women to be responsible, you got to advocate for men to be responsible too. That's if you want to be fair and be balanced.
Rob B just gave a soliloquy about what women are going through, right?
And your response was
these same situations that men aren't going through, right?
And your response was a callous close your legs instead of having a response to say maybe men should give vasectomies. Maybe men should give vasectomies. What can us men do to help? That wasn't your response. Your response was to, again, just sit there and say, well, then close your legs. And also, I'm glad that you brought it up because I didn't want to, because everybody was going to act like they never heard it. But you just made the point that I was going to make earlier. All of these men that are celebrating, all of these men who are saying it just because they felt like women had access to something that they had no control over. And that's literally the only reason. It has nothing to do with being morally wanting these kids. It has nothing to do with being religious. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's literally like, well, women were able to decide whether or not they were going to have kids, and men couldn't say anything about it. So, that's why we're celebrating. That's the reason. You just said it.
We can't hear you, Freezy.
You muted.
Terminations. 6 terminations. If that's not ridiculous, I don't know what it is. Just because you want to keep having sex casually,
Okay.
If it's not
that's
ridiculous
crazy.
To think that men shouldn't
come
get,
on, man.
It's just
When
as
does it
ridiculous
stop?
as you thinking that men shouldn't get vasectomy.
I mean,
It's
come
just
on.
as
Are we really
ridiculous
going
as
to
that.
take one outlier and rely it to all? Now all women have had 6 terminations because this one woman has had it. All of a sudden, not every woman has had it.
I'm pretty sure if we did a poll,
realistic here now.
it's more men.
And not every woman
has
not every woman deals with infanticide, however you pronounce it. And not every woman has been raped. That's what I'm saying. But this happens though.
But
right?
listen, we understand
But the
that.
likelihood
I
is
don't think
entirely
people
different than
understand.
yours.
I don't think people understand the law, like, and what Roe versus Wade actually said. It wasn't like, oh, abortions are just fine, or you can do whatever you want to do. There were restrictions and regulations regarding abortion. Okay.
What restrictions?
So, for instance, you could not, a state could not ban abortions within the first trimester. You can disagree with that if you want, but the second trimester, a woman could only have an abortion if it was related to some type of medical issue, right? And then some states would take into consideration incest and rape, right? So there were restrictions and regulations in place that are now completely gone. So, for instance, I don't know how many times we got to say it, like, but Robbie explained a couple of issues, medical issues. We talked about ectopic pregnancy. My mom died giving birth. Okay. So I am very familiar with pregnancies and the Black community specifically, and how they can be fatal. Okay. And I'm also aware of how Black women specifically are not being given the same or quality prenatal care. So what I'm saying is, I got you, Freezy. I don't respect the girl that's out here just willy-nilly either.
Man, they're doing it like that.
Going to ignore? Are we just going to just not have any regulation, no option for a woman who was like my mama, who could have terminated her pregnancy and maybe would have been here today?
No, instead he wants to be ridiculous, and instead of saying what men can do is get vasectomies and men can be more responsible as well. Instead, he wants to be callous and say the stuff that he's saying and just completely ignore that men play any role in women getting pregnant, and also ignore the fact
wait. So wait, Cannon Hill.
These deletions are joint decisions between a man and a woman.
Cannon Hill.
Cannon
Hill. Let me ask you a question.
A lot of women into getting abortions.
Let me ask you a question, Cannon. You say you brought up vasectomies, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you expect me? I ain't got no kids. Usually, guys have vasectomies after they had a number of kids, or they probably married or something like that, right? So you expect me, a guy with no kids, just so I can keep having sex and don't have no kids, to have a vasectomy before I have my first child?
I expect men who don't want children to, because one of the things that you complained about was that men have no reproductive choices, and you do. One of those reproductive choices is a vasectomy. So for men who don't want children, who want to look at what their reproductive choices are, that is one of men's reproductive choices that for whatever reason y'all want to think is not an option.
Usually that's their reproductive choice after they've had so many kids, Kenny. You understand?
No, it's their reproductive choice.
Come on, let's call it for what it is. Hold on, wait. Does everybody know who Jane Roe is? Does everybody know who she is?
I know her
Yeah.
entire story. What you want to
Yeah.
do, Freeze?
Okay,
I
Jane
mentioned her
Roe. Let me
today.
tell it so the viewers, because you guys got viewers that might need to be educated.
Okay,
So
let's hear your version.
Go ahead.
this is the version. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jane Roe is an alias of the real person's name, who is Norma McCorvey. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Norma McCorvey was she was pregnant 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She never had an abortion.
Let me finish, Miss Hill.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Let you tell the story.
so the first. Okay. So, and I'm really speaking up for black women when I tell this story, because so often society has made black women the poster child for Planned Parenthood and determinations and stuff like that. But I want to call out this white woman. Can I call out the white
Roe
woman?
versus Wade was about a white woman.
Let me call out this white woman. No,
Okay.
let me call it out so black women can be educated. Okay.
So
Mrs. McCorvey was pregnant 3 times. The first child she had, she gave it up. She gave custody to her mother. She gave it up to her mother. The second child she gave up for adoption, right? The third child, the third time she got pregnant, she didn't want to have it. But in Texas, which was the state she was living in at the time, in Texas, you could not have a termination unless your life was in danger, or you was on the verge of death or something. This pregnancy was calling you, you might, you was going to be dead because of it. So she brought this issue up to a couple of lawyers, which I forgot their names. Miss Hill probably know, but I forgot their names. But she brought this issue up to a couple of lawyers in Texas, and they publicized her case, and they gave her alias, which was Jane Roe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this case took so long to unravel. By the time she they
had a baby by the time the decision.
Yeah, the baby was like 2 years old, I think. So she never the lady that advocated for terminations never had one. Let's point that out. And also her premise was, her main reason why she said she wanted to have one was because she said she was gang raped. That's what she said. Lord,
the rumor that
no, there's an interview where she actually admitted, she said she was gang raped. She admitted this on camera. She admitted this.
Started that lie.
No, yeah, she admitted this, right?
Okay.
She admitted this. Okay, so eventually, like you said, Ashley, she came out and told the truth that it was a lie. So the whole Roe versus Wade was not even supposed to have been passed in the first damn place. It wasn't even supposed to have been passed. And let me add this caveat. Not only was she a damn unfit mother, right? She also was a damn drug. This is why Roe versus Wade was passed. She was a drug addict, okay, and not picking at her sexual preference, but from a young age, she was a lesbian as well. So what I'm saying,
you're not gonna bring up the fact that she became a spokesperson for religious organizations all over the world.
Yeah, we know she got. Miss Hill. We know she got saved after she lied and shit.
It doesn't even matter. One woman. This law is to address the masses.
But the point I'm trying to make, Ashley, is we talking about Roe versus Wade, when if she wouldn't have never lied. If she wouldn't have never lied, we wouldn't even be talking about Roe versus Wade.
Can I?
One second. That doesn't mean
we just gonna gloss over that though.
Because it doesn't matter for you.
Can we talk about the fact of Roe versus Wade?
We could lie about anything, right? And maybe a law comes out of it.
Oh my God.
Other people. It doesn't matter, Freezy. It really doesn't. Think about all the women.
I thought you had some.
Like who might have needed some type of regulation or some type of option, because it's easy for you and I to just be like, well, just had a baby, you might die in the 6 months, or have the baby, this baby is gonna be born with anencephaly. Like Most folks don't even know what that is.
Can I ask you a question?
Actually,
Ashley, can I
actually,
ask you a question? Ashley, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Can I
when
ask you a
I'm
question?
this last
let her
Okay, go
finish. It
ahead.
is
Go
her
ahead.
channel.
when I'm
Go
done with
ahead.
this last point, I don't even know if men are aware of the risk of having a child and a baby, and what, like, y'all just think it's so easy, like you just get a big belly. Your whole body is at risk, and you can be married. It's not about being married or unmarried. You can be a married woman that finds out that your child has some brain disorder or some type of life changing, life altering, life limiting condition. It could be that you yourself will be at risk. So it's easy for you, Freezy, to just be like, oh, keep your legs closed.
You could be a married woman, and you and your family can be struggling and not be able to afford an additional child, and you and your husband could have sat down and made that decision together as a
Hold on,
family.
hold
Or
on, hold on.
or your husband could have been there when you had your C-section and he saw you bleed out and he saw you go
That's
in and out
that's
like
what
with
I was
Miss
about to say
Jovo.
because
Yes.
I know
Almost died,
life
Freezy. That there would have been no Miss Jovo. Almost died. I'm
life
sitting here getting emotional about this conversation because yet again, here is another man making decisions about my body. That the poster child for the woman that has every side effect under the sun when it comes to birth control. When I was pointing like this, when Robbie was talking, that's me. I can't take birth control, period. I can't have none of this stuff in my body. My body rejects it. I will bleed. I will vomit. I will not keep food down. I have had hair loss before. I've had a multitude of issues when it comes to birth control. And I love my daughter to death. And the biggest question that I got was, you should have more kids, or why don't you have more kids? Well, the simple answer to that is when you felt yourself going in and out, when you've seen your husband's face, when all this blood is on the floor and on the table, and you're giving you this beautiful life is coming into the world. I don't want to die.
Amen.
Okay, I don't want to die just to say, oh, I had one more child. I don't think nobody should pressure me into having another pregnancy because, oh, you need to increase your family or all these different reasons. And I'm gonna say this as respectfully as I can. I am so sick of men talking about women's bodies when they have no idea whatsoever what we go through when it comes to birth control, childbirth, and the risk involved, especially when you have women with endometriosis, women with polycystic ovarian syndrome. I encourage you, Freezy, to go to our channel, subscribe, and look at my testimony as well as the testimony of other women that were on that show. And that's the show where we had the physicians on the show that talked about the risk and the dangers involved with Black women giving birth to kids. And I
Amen.
had to go off camera a couple of times and I got very emotional because with this particular overturning, let's just say, for instance, I come up pregnant, Freezy. Do you know the fear and anxiety that's going to be in me, and the indecisiveness and all these things that come up because I know what it was like that first time. I know what it was like for me. I will never forget that look on my husband's face. I will never forget seeing white light. I will never forget that for the rest of my life. I love my daughter, but the toll that childbirth takes on my body will take me out. And I need men to try to understand that. And I need men to try to get educated on that before they start turning this into you a good woman, bad woman. Don't matter if I'm good or bad if I'm dead.
Well,
Amen. And
listen.
let me hold on,
I
Freezy.
was
Hold on,
gonna say,
Freezy.
you know, people's perspectives change when they go through certain life experiences. So Freezy doesn't have kids. So when I was in the hospital with my wife and she was pregnant, my wife. So it's no watch who you have kids with and watch who you get pregnant, close your legs. So that's not even you can't even say that about this. This is my wife. And when the doctor came in there, we had to rush her because it was complications in a pregnancy. And I had to sit there and watch them cut her stomach open. There's no way in hell I would even open my mouth to try to tell a woman about a pregnancy or to do this with her body when she has to be sitting on that operating table getting her stomach sliced up open. So I just stay out of it. You know, that's their body. If you want to prevent women from getting pregnant, use a condom or don't have sex with them or get a vasectomy. That's the only thing we got. We have control before it even starts. So if we don't utilize that control that we have at the beginning and using a condom or get a vasectomy or whatever the case may be, then we should not try to intervene when they have the control. Because once we busting them, we no longer have the control. They have the control now. So we need to understand that, and we should just live with that. We have control before we bust in them. After we bust in them, we don't. It's just as simple as that.
So this is what I'll say to you, Freezy. If you've ever almost lost your life and had buzzing in your ear and had your vision kind of come down to a tunnel like the end scene in a movie, things is fading to black. And you know what I'm saying? Ever had somebody holding your hand like, hold on, you can't leave yet. You can't leave yet while you giving birth to a child. That happened to me. And when I had my son, my daughter was already here. So if I would have died while giving birth to my son, then my daughter would have been born an orphan. She wouldn't have had no parents left. But you are incorrect in your assessment of Roe versus Wade. Ashley, can you please share the screen? Let's actually look at Roe versus Wade and what it was really all about. Roe versus Wade, legal case in which the U.S. Supreme Court on January 22nd, 1973, ruled 7-2 that unduly restrictive state regulation of deletion is unconstitutional. In a majority opinion written by Justice Harry A. Blackmun, the court held that a set of Texas statutes criminalizing deletion in most instances violated a woman's constitutional right of privacy, which it found to be implicit in the liberty guarantee of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Now it states that Roe versus Wade was overturned in 2022. Now, the case began in 1970 when Jane Roe, which you were right about that, her real name was Norma McCorvey, instituted federal action against Henry Wade, the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, where Roe resided. The Supreme Court disagreed with Roe's assertion of an absolute right to terminate pregnancy in any way and at any time, and attempted to balance a woman's right of privacy with the state's interest in regulating deletion. In his opinion, Blackmun noted that only a compelling state interest justifies regulations limiting fundamental rights such as privacy, and that legislators must therefore draw statutes narrowly to express only the legitimate state interest at stake. The court then attempted to balance the state's distinct compelling interest in the health of pregnant women and in the potential life of fetuses. It placed the points after which a state's compelling interest in the pregnant woman's health would allow it to regulate deletion at approximately the end of the first trimester of pregnancy. With regard to the fetus, the court located that point at capability of meaningful life outside of the mother's womb, or viability, which occurs at about 24 weeks of pregnancy. So, and this has been challenged several times throughout history. So our people is tripping. It's been challenged in 92, in 2003, in 2007, and 2016, because it protected women against their basic human inalienable rights as United States citizen, as the forefathers constructed in the Constitution of the United States of America for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So please don't sit here and disrespect the laws of the land by making this about anything else. It doesn't matter the origin of her case or why she bought
Yes, it does.
It doesn't matter because it's unconstitutional. If she wanted to be the biggest whore in the world, it still violates her right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Did you not just pay attention?
Yes, I did.
What was read to you?
Yes, yes. I want to know, what did I lie about? I mean, what was I wrong about though?
You're sitting there saying that this is about because she said she was gang raped and it doesn't matter. And the fetus is not considered a viable human being until it can breathe.
No, Robbie, you misunderstood what I asked you. What was I wrong about? You still haven't told me what.
I told you were wrong because Roe versus Wade was not about one specific woman. It
Yes,
was
it
about
was.
it was about
Listen, oh my God.
it
Yes,
was
it
about I
was.
just read to
But
you
you have
I
to
just
remember
read to
this
you
is
the
a rare
justice's
issue.
opinion. It was about the state overstepping boundaries and violating constitutional rights.
Robbie, the case was brought forth because this lady, Jane Roe, alias, brought it to two lawyers. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm about to find out the name of these
That's
two
just like
lawyers.
saying Brown versus Board of Education was about one little girl.
Right.
It's not. You have to have a plaintiff.
That's okay, Freezy.
You
You're
guys are missing the
entitled
point.
to
You're missing the
you're
point.
entitled to your own opinion,
Listen,
and
no,
you're
it's not my
entitled to
opinion.
your
What I'm no, you're not going.
interpretation
No,
of the
you're not
law.
going to do this, Robbie. You're not going to discredit what I said because what I said was mere facts. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Your statement was
what I read
fact.
to you was
It's
fact.
a red herring.
What I read to you was from the
No, it's not a
Britannica
red herring.
Law
Yes, it
The
is.
reason why,
Library.
listen. You what? This is crazy.
What I read to you was from the Britannica Law Library.
The law is called Roe versus Wade. Who is Jane Roe? It's Norma McCorvey. I just gave you her story. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Ashley. I want no, because what you just said, Robbie,
was from the Britannica Law Library.
That don't even. Let's go to
I'm gonna put the link in the back chat for you so that you can do further research.
Wait, Ashley, I want to go back to what you said. You said that it doesn't matter if it's based on a lie or not. That's what you said.
It doesn't matter. The case, how the case.
Okay, no, wait. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you a question. So let's just say, the presidential election is up for grabs, and you voted for your candidate, and you found out that the candidate that ran against your candidate won, but he won. They lied and said that he won, but really the candidate that you voted for won. But because of corruption,
like Bush
hold on, wait. Because of corruption, the other candidate won. Would it matter to you?
What Raw just explained to you is that case had nothing to do with whatever lies you're claiming that she told. That was not what the decision was based on. Are you really trying to say
yes,
that?
Yes, it was, because the reason why they even brought it. Listen,
yes, Brown versus Board of.
Yes,
so
let
me answer his question. So first off, that's not a good analogy. Those two things are not the same thing. You're asking me what I want for an elected official to unfairly win the election. No, of course not. Okay, let's say there was a law that was passed by this official that was a liar. But if the law is good, like a lot of our candidates have been in the past, right? If the law is good and it serves some good, then I'm not going to be mad just because it came from somebody who told a lie.
Yes, but in this case, Ashley, the elected official wasn't the liar. It was the plaintiff. Okay, what I'm saying is the reason why this case got brought to court. Thank you. That's the whole reason why the case got catapulted to court, because she lied and said she was gang raped.
I just want to say this is why it is a red herring, because it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. Oh my God.
The theory.
Why y'all just can't leave these women alone with their body? Why we just can't do that?
Can I just break down this one thing?
I
apologize, Ashley. Can I just break down this one thing for Freezy?
Hey.
I want you to be very clear. The reason the case was established was not because of the pregnancy. The reason the case was established was because the statutes of the law violated the constitutional rights of the woman. And that's the part that I need you to really, I get what you're saying. I'm going to just sit here and concede the point that maybe she lied about the situation. The reality is, as a citizen of the United States of America, you have the right to privacy. As a matter of fact, medical privacy is covered under the HIPAA law. You have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And as was quoted in the article sourced from the Britannica Law Library, the specific line in the 14th Amendment that Justice Black Mum decided to make his opinion based on was the line in which it says the state cannot have undue restrictions on the individual's right to privacy, life, property. It's a violation of a
Robbie,
So this
constitutional
is
Robbie.
the
law.
thing. It's just
I
like
agree
this.
with you, Robbie.
Let
But
me
what I'm telling you,
break it down
Robbie,
like
yes,
this real
you're
quick.
right. That was the ruling. Yes. But what I'm telling you, Robbie, and for the people in the chat who think I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, okay, the reason why the case was validated and was even able to be brought to court was her compelling story that she got gang raped. This is why she came out publicly and felt guilty and said later on that she lied. This
This
is
is
why.
this is the
This is
thing
why
with
she
laws.
came
This
out
is the
publicly
thing
and
Hold on.
with
said she
This how they
lied.
this is
do
the
it.
thing with
Hold
matters
on,
of the
Robbie.
law.
It's just like this. Say you go to a party and you go on with somebody and you was knocked out, you got drunk and this and that, and the woman got raped and all this, got beat up, tortured, whatever. And she takes this to the police and she gets a lawyer and say she wants to sue because I got kidnapped, raped, and this and that. This is what the lawyers go do. They go see what they can take to court and use. So what you're saying is, yes, she did. She probably did. She got gang raped or whatever. But that's not what they used to go to court and fight for. They didn't use that. They didn't go. They didn't say, okay, you got raped and this and that. They used the constitutional stuff that Raw B just
No, they
explained.
did, sir. No, they did not, sir. You need to go back and read the facts.
It's
I
What
didn't
happened?
see
How they
nothing in
hold
there
on,
about a
sir.
rape.
Sir.
I didn't see nothing in that. What she just read.
well, listen. The only reason it would have even gone to the Supreme Court is if it falls under their jurisdiction. What you're talking about wouldn't have even fallen under the federal court's jurisdiction. So I think that's hearsay, and that's what people want to say. But honestly, you don't have any proof to say,
Wait,
oh,
wait.
that's
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. First of all, it wasn't brought to the. First of all, it didn't reach federal court first. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and add that caveat as well.
so it
Okay.
would have
You guys are trying to make it
only
seem like
the highest court because it became an issue of constitutional
you know
law.
why. Do you
That's
know how it got to that level though? It wouldn't have made it to that level. You guys are trying to discount the gang grape insinuation. That's what you guys are trying to do.
Breezy,
I'm trying to
I'm not trying to
even if
discount
she lied,
anything.
what I'm telling you, Ashley, is if she never had that story, it wouldn't have never made it
there
that
wouldn't
far.
have been so exactly. So women who were raped for the what past 30 years or so, women who had ectopic pregnancies, women who had other medical conditions, or their babies were not, or were going to have some type of medical life changing, altering, inhibiting condition would not have been able to get an abortion.
Okay, so
And
it's
you're
Breezy, I
okay.
don't
It's
even
okay to
want
lie
to.
then. It's okay to
and
lie
you're
then.
okay.
Breezy,
No,
no, it's
we're
not
not
okay to
saying
lie.
that.
I'm gonna say
No,
this
no,
to
no.
you,
What he is
Breezy. It's
saying
like
is
this.
essentially
When you
what he's
get
saying is essentially the Montgomery bus boycott. Since Rosa Parks wasn't the one that really had to sit down and stand
Right.
up, all of a sudden none of that shit mattered.
Thank
This
you.
is a red herring. All of this is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. It's not even. She literally told a story about how beneficial Planned Parenthood and all these funny things are for her, and you started talking about this. Like now we're gonna go through every movement and dissect if that was
Miss,
really the thing that popped it off or not and its validity. Like it's a red herring.
what you're saying is wrong. It's not a red herring because now we're speaking apples and oranges. What you're saying about this bus
so
driver thing, whatever.
Breezy, it's like this. It's like this. If you get arrested right now, right? If the
Yeah.
cops roll in your house because someone said that, oh, you have a pound of weed in your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's them telling a lie. When the police officers come to your house, they're going to put handcuffs on you, right? You're going to go to the police station. What they're going to do is they're going to look in the statutes of the state to see if anything they found at your house is applicable. Then you
Right.
are put through due process. When it goes through the theorem of due process, if they cannot prove their case, it categorically gets dismissed. When we're talking about this case in the law, the
Right.
case that she brought forth, right? Whatever happened, for it to go to the Supreme Court, I'm going to tell you what happened. It was denied. It was a prima facie case that was denied on the state
Exactly.
level.
Exactly.
So
Thank you for
when
saying that.
listen and hear me, please, because I want you to really, I want you to get it,
No,
because
I know understand what you're saying, but I'm
I'm
following
not
you.
dismissing. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. So it
Yeah.
was a prima facie case that was denied. When the attorneys appealed, and I'm going to tell you, in order to appeal a court case, it costs some thousands of dollars. It is not a cheap endeavor, because appellate level attorneys look at the merits of the case to see if there is specific violations of the law that they can utilize to propel the case to the next level. So when they looked at the case, the underlying issue of the prima facie case that was dismissed was the constitutional violation of the 14th Amendment, which is how it then got escalated and petitioned to the Supreme Court, because cases don't get just dropped off at the Supreme Court and then the justices have to take it. There are several hundreds of thousands of cases that lawyers prepare to put in front of the Supreme Court. They then look through all of these cases to find out which cases are tantamount to the American people, and they cherry pick the cases that they decide to render a decision on, because they know the decision that they make sets precedence in the law for any cases related to that specific instance for time to come. So when they looked at that case that was prepared for them, and they looked at the constitutional violation, the violation of constitutional rights of human beings, that is why they took the case. That is what they decided the case on, the 14th Amendment violation. So while I understand your chagrin, it really has no place in the case even getting in front of the
Yes, it
Supreme
does.
Court.
Robbie, listen. Robbie,
Okay.
listen. Everything you just said, I don't know why you didn't think I understood it the first time.
Because you're making
Okay,
it
hold
about
on,
the
wait,
race.
no, wait. But you just proved my point. In order for a case to make it to the Supreme Court, it has to go statewide first, right? So in the way they was able to bring it statewide was from the gang grape notion, from the gang grape compelling story. That's how it was able to make it statewide. And you're right, it did get denied. You're right, but it was able to get to federal court because it got denied statewide. But what I'm telling you
So are you
is
saying
that
that
it
it
would
was
have.
a great
Hold on,
case?
wait. What
Are
I'm
you
telling
saying that
you
it was a
is
great case?
what I'm initially. That's what it was, and what I'm telling you
It was a
was.
great case.
Listen, what I'm telling you was
There was some people
she
being
got.
tried for grape in this case.
Listen to what I'm saying. Stop. Listen, you're trying to. I don't know if you're trying to gaslight me or what, but what I'm saying is this: Mrs. Robbie is absolutely correct. That's how it made it to federal court. It got denied statewide first. But all I'm saying is that it wouldn't have never made it statewide if she didn't lie about getting gang raped.
You mean that it
That's
never made
all
it
I'm
in the media?
saying.
Hold on, no, Captain. Are you talking about the media? Are you talking about media coverage, or are you talking about getting into court?
It wouldn't have never got. It wouldn't listen. Let me tell the story again, because you said you know
So
you
what are you
knew.
saying? Are you saying
No,
that
you
that
said
it
you
never
said
got
that you
into
knew the
court, or are
story.
you saying that the media wouldn't have picked it up?
What I'm saying is both. What I'm saying is this.
So you're
You
saying that
said
it
you
went
said
to
wait
court
wait wait
for
wait.
a
You
great
said that you
case,
knew the story, right? You knew the story, right?
and
The
I know that it
story is
wasn't a
this.
great case. It
Yes,
wasn't.
it. Listen, wait. Mrs. Norma McCorvey, and Robbie can correct me if I'm wrong. Mrs. Norma McCorvey got pregnant for a third time after she gave up the first two children, right? She didn't want to keep the third child. So in Texas, the only way you can get a termination was if your life was in danger from the pregnancy. That was the only way. So she brought her story to a couple of lawyers because she felt like it was unfair. Okay? She made up this story that she got gang raped. She made up this story that everybody at the time, may I note, thought was true, right? So they perpetuated this story until it reached the Supreme Court. Now, what Robbie said is true. There was other nuances that actually had to make it qualified for the Supreme Court. She's absolutely right. But I'm not challenging that. What I am saying is it wouldn't have never made it statewide if she wouldn't have lied about being gang raped. This is why she came out publicly in the news media because of her guilty conscience and admitted that it was a lie the whole time from the beginning. That's all I'm saying. Am I saying something wrong here?
Well, I mean, my thing is, it really doesn't matter at this point because I just sat here and literally said that because of the overturning of this, if I get pregnant again, accidentally with because I'm married, Freezy. So
Yeah.
if I get pregnant again, then what this means is that the government gets to regulate what I'm going to do with that pregnancy. So it really doesn't matter what you think, what other men think. Everything that I said about men getting educated on how childbirth, about all these different things that I listed before, and I'm a little emotional, so y'all excuse me if I'm rambling. It really doesn't matter at this point because there has been, and it's so funny how people are just ready to just say, this is what you need to do, and you need to do this, and you need to do that. But nobody wants to get educated on the risk involved with some women carrying a child or the risk involved with birth control. And then when the topic of vasectomy came up, it was shorted then. But everybody wants to spend 2 hours telling me what I need to do with my body when obviously there are other alternatives, other things that we can revisit and consider. But because it's unpopular or uncomfortable for for certain people, namely men, oh, we can't do that. Because you do know that black women's health in this country don't matter. Look at how many of us are dying and getting crappy medical care. But what do I know?
Yeah, I think the point of contention, and we've said it in so many words. I don't know if y'all just not listening to each other, but like I think what Mrs. Understanding was saying is like you're saying because something started a certain way that the outcome of it must be bad. And I mean, just like we can think of other laws that may have come about, for a plaintiff who lied on somebody else. But does that law not protect other people? And is it invalid because it doesn't protect other people? You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not even sure if there's a lot. For one thing, I haven't found anything to corroborate what you just said. It sounds like what a lot of anti-feminists and pro-lifers may have conjured up to.
Yeah.
No. She admitted this.
But
I mean,
listen,
The
I
lady
know she
herself admitted this.
I know that she admitted, or I know that she I believe she admitted to it not being true, right? That she wasn't
Okay.
raped. But how can we say that that's the only reason that it got before the judge? We don't know that. Like you
That's
don't know
factual
that.
though.
How
Statewide,
is
that's factual.
but
Statewide, that's
Roe,
factual.
but the
why
Roe
it got to
versus
that
Wade
court.
case wasn't the only case that came into factor when we're
yeah, it was
talking about
about
Roe v. Wade. It
That's
was
true.
also Griswold versus
That's true.
Connecticut,
That's true.
and it involved a married couple. So
yes,
let's tell the
and it
whole
Yeah,
involved
but
story.
that shit ain't go
involved
nowhere.
protection of the
Yes,
14th
it did.
Amendment and a woman's right to privacy. So it's not just about, oh, she was raped and that's why, like, you know how many
Because
cases.
Griswold v. Connecticut was cited to be a violation of the Ninth Amendment right.
But I just don't.
So
You guys are trying to
no, listen,
discredit.
I'm not trying to discredit anything that you're saying, Freezy. I'm trying to give you a little more context so that you don't just focus on one part of the law. It was quite a few cases that went together in formulating this opinion. There were, in fact, were several instances where the additional cases were seen in front of multiple judges with varying opinions on the topic, and it had more so to do with a married woman's right to privacy and a married woman's prenatal health.
Right.
They're
But Roe
just
versus
putting,
Wade got
listen,
passed
hear
though.
me, hear me, hear me. That is the name for the whole entire
Right.
collection of cases that were placed together. See that, remember what I told you about when the Supreme Court cherry picks? So they have the one case where the 14th Amendment is violated. They have another case where a similar 14th Amendment violation. They have another case where the 9th Amendment now is violated. So these are cases from different states, not all in the same state. So they're grouping all those cases together. And because the first case that reached them was the Roe v. Wade case, that is going to forever be the name that is put on that opinion. But when you actually read the full opinion from Justice Blackmun, he lists in there Griswold versus Connecticut and the other cases as well. This is why I tell people, do the Google searches that you want to, but read all the suppletive information that comes along with it, because it's a really intense read. It's really volumes and volumes of legalese. And for people that don't really understand legal jargon, I also recommend reading legal documents with a legal dictionary, because there's a lot of terminology that look like the regular words in the, Merriam-Webster's dictionary, Oxford dictionary, but Oxford has a law dictionary in conjunction. The law is worded in a very, very funny way. And again, Freezer, you can have your own opinion, but you have to understand you are spewing what seems like manosphere rhetoric.
I'm just stating facts.
But it still is
It's not
manosphere. It's partial facts. It's
It's
partial
facts.
facts. It's lies of omission. It's lies of omission, because when you don't tell the whole story, you're giving lies of omission.
No,
If you're
I
going to
didn't.
talk about, if you're going to talk about Norma McCovey, I'm going to need you to talk about Griswold too. I'm going to need you to talk about every case that goes along with that case and made Justice Blackmun's decision. Otherwise, you're committing lies of omission, and it's no shade. I'm just telling you.
Well,
I'm just telling you.
I wasn't trying to, with all due respect, Robbie, I wasn't trying to omit anything. I was just trying to give the origin, which was based on a lie, of Roe v. Wade. That's it.
But that's why I'm saying it's a lie of omission, because the origin of Roe v. Wade is not just that case. The origin of Roe v. Wade is a collection of cases involving healthcare centers that violated the constitutional rights of the women involved. And the case that actually brought it back to the Supreme Court justice, because like how I said, they've challenged this on several instances, 2003, 2007, 2016. And the case that they utilized this time was a case where a clinic wanted to shift where viability was. And from a medical certainty, a child categorically cannot survive outside of the womb of the mother before 24 weeks. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you another part of my life story, just so that we're clear and you have a better understanding. Because I had children at advanced maternal age, 32 is advanced maternal age ladies, they made me go to a high risk doctor. So I had to go to my regular OBGYN twice a week and the high risk doctor every single week. At the point of 24 weeks, they started making me take extra steroid injections. That way, if they had to remove my daughter from my body, she would be able to breathe outside of my womb in a neonatal unit in order to survive. Children's lungs are not even developed in their mother's stomach before 24 weeks. And just like Venom said earlier in the chat, for those that are stuck on morality, God created Adam and Eve out of lumps of clay, and they didn't have life until he gave them the breath of life. See, that's what it is. When you breathe, that's when you're alive. Other than that, a baby can be looked at like a malignant tumor and like a parasite, because the reality is the inside of your body, you don't have to agree with it. I'm telling you the science.
Scientifically, life starts at conception.
Actually, it does not, because
that's
guess
been proven
what?
already, though.
No, it hasn't been proven.
We
What's
talking
been proven,
semantics right now.
what we have proven is that when a fetus is created, right, it's a zygote for the first 8 weeks because the cellular function, and you're talking to somebody that has a degree in science, what the
Life,
cells actually do
life though,
is
Robbie.
it's
Life.
not. So you know what, when you have a tumor, your tumor has living and breathing cells as well. When you have a parasite, the parasite has living and breathing cells as well. Would you like to take a course in microbiology so that you can actually
All I
look at
said,
organisms
Robbie, that
underneath
life,
the microscope?
it's
What
been
I'm telling
proven scientifically that
C19
life
is
starts
alive
at
too.
conception.
But what I'm telling you is
That's all I'm
this.
saying.
What I'm telling you is this. A baby being able to live outside of the mother, having independent life, does not happen before 24
That's what
weeks.
I mean by semantics. That's what I
It's
mean.
not semantics.
That's
If a
science.
woman is, if a woman
That's science.
if a woman
Again,
loses her
doesn't
life,
matter.
Crazy,
if a
man.
woman loses her life while that baby is inside of her body and it's before 24 weeks, guess what? There is no baby.
See, this goes back to what I was saying in my opening statement.
It's science.
We've been
Let it be a life. A
no,
leech is also a life. If I don't want to leech
no. You're
on
not
me,
going
I
to
have
compare a
that
leaf.
life.
You're not going to compare a leash or whatever you just said to a conceptional
Leech.
child, whatever you just said. But
You
what
know
I'm
what a
saying
leech
is,
is,
No.
right? A
That
leech
child
is a
does not have
bloodsucker.
cognitive functions.
yes, a leech. You're not going to compare a leech.
It does not have cognitive
Okay, stop
functions.
it, please. This is what I mean by rationalizing. It has caused women to rationalize termination along the years.
They
Don't
shouldn't
use
have to
I don't even.
rationalize it. It's their body.
education. Don't you dare use that
Listen.
We can
This is crazy.
rationalize
This is
termination, but you
crazy.
can't rationalize a vasectomy.
It's crazy
What's
though.
gonna make you rationalize?
We're
Touchdown.
talking about leeches and
What
man,
do you
So
need to learn scientifically that's gonna help you rationalize a vasectomy? Because that's
you
what we
do
you
need
know
to
what?
focus
You
on.
know
right.
what? I'm
You
gonna.
do realize, no, Freezy,
All
you're
right.
not gonna run away now. I want you to hear this. You do realize that the zygote implants inside of the uterine lining of the mother. The zygote then attaches itself to the mother's venous system. You do realize that until
Freezy, I blame you for
11
this.
weeks, the zygote in the fetus does not even have its own individual DNA signature. That's science. You do
Somebody.
realize that the whole entire time that the fetus is growing to viability in the mother cannot eat fish because it could be an instance of mercury poisoning. The mother cannot drink coffee because the fetus cells can be overstimulated by the increase of caffeine. You do realize that every single morsel of food and rest, because the fetus, as it's growing, actually takes away from the normal organ function of the mother. You do realize putting that much pressure, you know about belly fat, right? Visceral fat can kill you because it puts undue pressure on your organs. So when the fetus is growing inside of the mother's stomach, there is an increase of fluid in the vaginal and uterine cavity, which puts undue pressure on the ovaries, the kidney, the liver, the large and the small intestine. In fact, it can cause a rupture. The fetus inside of the mother's body can cause diabetes,
That happens every
gestational
time. Or that happens every
diabetes,
time.
and it can cause also
What's the
heart
percentage of that happening? I'm
placenta
saying.
placenta
You don't get
abruption
to
can
ask
cause.
percentages. No. You
I'm
just
It
saying
tried
that
to
happens.
happen
say
every time.
that
No,
one
I'm
woman
just
with
saying because
6
we
No,
can.
hold on.
leashes was all women.
We
Man,
That
giving
was
we
wrong
giving
percentages.
Freezy an education. He asked for
Man,
education. He don't have no
Freezy,
kids.
hey, you
So if
leave
he
these
gets a
women
woman
alone.
pregnant,
Wait,
he should
I'm
know.
about to sit through science class, political science, anatomy, because you don't want to leave these women's bodies alone. We got to sit through these classes now. You see what's going on?
No, that ain't what's going
But
on.
this is right,
No,
y'all.
Rob B. No, hold on, wait.
You
Rob
can
B
go back
is
to 8th grade
the
science.
wait. Not we questioning science, but Rob B is the one giving the education. I'm not. She the one
So
giving
She
education.
shouldn't have
I'm
to. We
gonna tell
grown.
you.
Like, we
Man, you
grown.
man, half the people on this panel don't know that shit she just said. What are you talking
We
about?
have
I'm
to
gonna
We
tell
do
you
know it
it.
now.
this. It happens so
Respectfully,
often. It happens
respectfully, sir, we do. It's
And
you
I
who don't know.
guarantee you, Mr. Darvin didn't know that shit she just said. Everything she just said.
But
But
I
he
didn't
just
know.
told you that he
Gestational.
mind his man
All right, y'all, we
business. He
gotta
mind
move
his
on.
own man
Gestational
Hold on,
business.
wait,
diabetes.
Ashley. I wanna address somebody in the chat. Somebody said, let me read this. Somebody said, a leech. Somebody said, what they just said. It said something about a leech and a damn life. Oh, why can't you compare Mr. Venom? I don't know if that's a man or woman, but why can't you compare a leech to a child? It's a life. See, this is the ridiculousness I got to address. Okay, so I guess me deleting a whole human is the same thing as me deleting a damn mosquito.
You
It's
wouldn't
just
delete a
We
crazy
tried
human
it. A
though.
because you won't
mosquito
get a
is not the same.
vasectomy. So what's
So
the
there's
problem?
Is a
also
mosquito
been
is a
Personalize the
mosquito a
vasectomy
life? Is a
conversation.
mosquito a life?
Reaching
you
that
know
You
if
hard.
you eat pork,
personalize
right?
the vasectomy conversation.
Man,
You
that's
would not
crazy,
delete a
man.
life just like
These
you
people
won't get a
crazy.
vasectomy. So we've
You
already
But
no,
established that.
nobody is crazy. You just don't get the
that's just
comparison or the
crazy to say
analogy.
though.
But listen, so
Okay.
the
Listen.
gestational diabetes happens so often that women, when they're about 16 weeks pregnant, have to go to a blood draw facility and drink a drink and sit there and wait for that drink to course through their body and get their blood drawn to make sure there's not any issues with the child and the child's function on the body. Children are so much so of leeches that if you have a positive blood type, you have to get a ROGAM shot so that your body doesn't cause a self deletion. You
Yep.
understand what I'm saying? Because your body will
I
get rid of
understand that. And I
the
understand
opposite
that.
blood typing.
Robbie, you told your story
It's
about
not a
your child.
story, it's
It's scientific.
science.
It's scientific
No,
fact.
It's
see,
And
you're not letting
science.
you, but
It's
Miss
No,
Ro,
you're
Miss,
science.
not listening. No,
Miss
you're
it's
not
Jovo,
listening.
science.
Miss Jovo, you're
We
not letting me
No,
understand that
finish.
you're having an
no, I
Miss
think you
emotional
Miss
said a
Jo,
response.
lot.
you didn't let me
You
finish with
said
all.
a lot. I've heard you
Miss
talk about
Jovo,
how
you did
life
not
is
let
so.
Miss Jovo, you did not let me finish with all due respect. That's not
Mm,
what I was about to say.
mm.
You got to let you we got to let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
What I was gonna say was Raw B told her story about how her experience delivering her child. And Mrs. Jovo, you told your story about your experience delivering your child. I don't want to speak too much on that, but I do want to say this. I just want to say I I respect both of your stories, and it really was heartfelt. And I'm not saying I don't, we go at it back and forth on these panels.
But y'all should have
You
closed
know,
y'all legs.
I have my opinions. You guys have your opinions, but I just want you to know that those uh stories that you guys shared did not go over my head, and it actually made me emotional. It did, and I, I'm pretty sure that both of you guys can consent to. It's a blessing that you guys got through that and was able to experience your child, which you have today. So I just wanted to say, I'm not even going to speak on Roe versus Wade no more because I said what I had to say about that. But I never got to just say how much I respect both of you women's story. And I respect you for what you went through. That's what I was going to say, Miss Jovo.
All right.
Now, I just one more thing.
Yeah.
With the same
I said you
tenacity
only
and motivation that you have in hearing these heartfelt stories, okay, of me almost losing my life giving birth, I'm like what Ross said before. Put a battery pack in some of your homeboys and get them educated. Get some material from Robbie because obviously she was giving you basic 101 physiology on how life occurs. And let's get educated about the dangers of childbirth in our community and communities across the world. Because we also got to consider the women who were living in these third world countries that look like us that are of color and they're dying by the dozen because they either having multiple births with improper medical care or they're having things that I can't even imagine. And I I had a little bit of a flashback tonight, because you can. I can't tell you how many spaces I've been in with men having this discussion, and I've said, "Hey, yeah, by the way, I almost died," and all they can say is, "Well, we just glad that you blessed and you made it out alive." But this whole close your
What's
legs and
wrong with
marry
that?
before this whole thing about closing your legs and marry before you carry. What I did marry before I carried, and carrying almost killed me. So those are not the issues. The
And I'm
issues are
But
get the
you
education.
didn't die though. What's wrong with focusing on the positive? I just said that it's a blessing
Miss
that you.
Mama did die.
Freezy, I'm gonna say this to you.
So
I'll
let's
I'm
come
trying to
on
figure out
your
I'm
what am I
good.
missing here though.
You're,
Freezy.
What am
but
I
you
I'll
missing
missing?
it.
move on.
You
I'll
missing
come.
the importance of opening your mind up to the education and the science behind the risk. You want to look at the beauty and these positive stories behind childbirth, and I get it, and I love it, and I had some positive moments being pregnant with my daughter. But the other part that we don't want to look at, okay, that we keep trying to educate you on, is the risk and the changes in women's bodies when they are pregnant, and how the overturning of this decision can put certain things at risk, and essentially terminate some medical things that women are going to need when it comes to birthing kids, or having to terminate pregnancies that will put their life at risk. We're just asking you to get educated. Have your morals, have your beliefs, have your opinions, your values on the topic, but get education about how childbirth is beautiful yet risky.
I
Okay?
agree. I
And I'm gonna
agree
say this.
that.
I'm
Go
gonna say
ahead,
this to you,
Robbie.
Freezy. I'll come on your panel because apparently, maybe we need to have a discussion on your page and educate the brothers on what they're doing when they're recklessly spilling their seed. Because I'm gonna tell you what, had Roe versus Wade not been passed, who knows if I would even still be sitting here alive in front of you? Because you know what, me
And
and my
that's my whole point.
me and my husband had a fight because after watching me almost die on that operating table, he still wanted more children. And if it was not for Roe v. Wade, I would have had to get his permission in order to have a tubal ligation. And you know what happened shortly thereafter? When my son was about 8 months old, I had to have a whole surgery and have a ablation because I am a sufferer and a survivor of polycystic ovarian syndrome. I had uterine fibroids while I carried my son, and I bled so heavy for 2 months that they had to give me an ablation. My hemocrit and hemoglobin was 4/12, and I almost died. So imagine if I would have got pregnant again. It's that.
Robbie, Robbie, you're more than welcome to come to my panel, and I'm going to double down on what I said. I'm not going to feel guilty about what I said. I think it's a blessing that both of you guys made it through. It is a beautiful thing that you're still alive, Miss Jovo, and that you get to experience your child. I'm not
It's
gonna I'm not I'm
beautiful.
not gonna back wait, hold on,
Oh well, if
It's
y'all
beautiful.
did
hold
though.
on, wait. I'm not gonna
Oh
backtrack
well.
on it.
Oh well, if y'all had died though. Is what
Wow, that's what you got from that? That's
but
that's
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 What the
crazy.
crazy
lady
though.
brought that,
It's
what the
it's
lady
I
brought
didn't I
that
That's
didn't get I
crazy.
didn't get I didn't get oh well if we had died from you.
Thank you,
I just
Robbie.
I
Thank
just
you.
think that you don't understand. I
Maybe
don't think
maybe
you
so.
really
Maybe
don't
so.
understand like how
Say
important.
that. Say that, Robbie. Say that. I'll
But
take that. But
but
come
that's
on,
what
don't patronize me. Don't do
I
that.
ain't
well, what
crazy.
they saying is
I can't even
after
say
they both
something
told
positive.
I,
Listen, this it's got to be something very wrong when a man can't even say
don't play
something.
a victim
No,
because
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not playing the
Look
victim.
how
I'm
he
not.
said it.
Listen. Listen. It's not my
y'all
situation.
been talking. I didn't listen to y'all the whole show.
It's not my situation, man.
It's been
I'ma
two
just zip it.
hours.
This is the
Listen.
problem in
Listen.
the
Listen.
Okay,
Listen.
community.
it's
This
been
is the
two
problem in the
hours.
community.
It's
The
That's
been
problem in
crazy
the
though, man.
community, the problem in the community is men are so fixated on what it is that they know and that they understand that they don't really hear to understand
I
yeah.
just
what
said
women.
yes. We
No, no, no,
need
no,
to
no, no,
get
no.
more
Freezy.
educated. I
Yes,
just
yes,
agree with
yes.
you.
But where that education
It's
starts at is empathy and compassion.
I just
And
tried to show
really,
it,
but
and I
listen,
got
I know, no,
backlash.
you
hey,
didn't
not
get
to
backlash from me. I let you say
compassion.
what you had to
It
say.
starts
The
Okay, I'm
point
Not
that
sorry.
I'm
just
Okay,
about
making,
okay.
empathy and
All right.
compassion, though. It's
This crazy.
also about action and policy and law. So Freeby's
Well,
gone, and this is what happened
This
in
is
our.
crazy though. It's crazy, man.
I
no,
think
well,
It's
it's
this is
crazy.
what the ladies are
better.
trying to say. When they told their stories about near-death situations and how they lost their life and I got to have all these complications, what you in return you said they asked you some questions and then you said ladies should close their legs. Then you went into that Roe versus Wade stuff, and that's not showing compassion. Compassion is
Not
just
at
like, you
all.
know what,
That's
he's
that. You're
lost
wrong.
all.
You're wrong, bro. You're wrong, bro. That's not.
Well,
That's
they
not the
don't feel
chain of
it. They're not
events.
feeling it, so obviously I'm right
Freebie.
because they're
It's
not feeling it.
easy
So I
to
You're
came
say,
wrong,
on
bro.
"Oh,
That's
and
not the
I
chain.
told you that
All
you
You
right,
all
was
y'all.
over the
not,
place.
It's easy to say,
You
"Oh,
all
that's
over the place,
great.
bro.
I respect you." I believe from your heart you mean that, but that means nothing to Jovo 10 years ago. That meant nothing to Ra, however, 12 years ago when she had her daughter.
Well, I'm sorry I said what I said.
Nothing to
Damn.
my mother who's in her grave right now. It means
You
nothing.
guys are attacking me
No,
for
we're
saying something. That's crazy. This is crazy.
crazy. We want you
Just
to
watch the tape back. Watch the tape back. That's all
Are
I
we
can
all
say.
sitting in the same
I
conversation?
I
no one
This
said you
understand
were a
crazy.
bad
that.
person, but I'm just telling you,
What's happening?
they didn't
We
feel
all sitting
compassion.
together?
This is crazy.
I didn't feel
His
compassion. I'm
response
just
to
All right.
married women having complications with
So
pregnancies was
I
compassion.
Listen.
feel
I
that
just
women,
agreed with. I listen. This is what I did. I agreed with Miss Jovo. I agreed with Mrs. Raw B that yes, men should get more educated. Men should understand what women go through. What did I say wrong?
easy, listen.
We
It's
just
not
told
what you're
you.
saying wrong. It's what you're not getting. What we're saying is you can say
Uh-huh.
you get it, you can say you understand, you can say you care, you have all this compassion, but then when you turn around and you don't support laws that reflect all this compassion,
I don't have to support Roe versus Wade to say what I
so what
gotta
I'm
say.
saying,
What are you
listen,
talking
you can
about?
say what you want to say.
So
But
I
if
gotta,
you
I gotta support Roe versus Wade to say what I gotta.
excuse
listen,
me.
Nobody
you
else is
don't have
I'm
to
yelling.
gonna go
support
ahead
Nobody
and
else is.
go
you
because
don't
I'm
Thank
have
you,
to
Robbie.
triggered
support
He's
in
getting
a
any
This
other.
crazy,
very
man.
One
in a
second, you
very
guys. You all don't.
it's
You don't
getting
have to
domestic.
support any one particular law, but you have yet to propose any solution for any of the problems that we just
Yes,
posed.
I did.
Not a one.
Yes, I
You
did.
What was
only
the
gonna
solution,
keep your
Freaky?
legs closed when you
Yes,
can
I
be.
did. You got. Listen, that's
What's
unfair,
the
Ashley.
solution? What was
That's
the
unfair.
solution?
What was
Hold
the
on, wait.
solution that you
That's
proposed?
unfair.
Break it
That's
down for us.
unfair for
Make
you
it
to
plain.
say I never presented
No,
any
you didn't.
solution.
All
Okay,
you
what was
did,
the
you
solution?
turned
We
your
missed
chest up
them.
and closed your lips. So what else did you say?
What else?
That's first of all. Well, I just overheard Robbie say she's getting triggered. I hope it's not emotionally because I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes.
Don't
Because
worry about it. Go ahead.
yeah.
What was the
That's what I
solution?
said. I said I'm about to go because I'm
yeah,
getting
Oh,
yeah.
you're
Because
good.
triggered.
see,
I thought you were saying
this
you
is the
said.
thing. This is the
Thank
thing.
y'all for having me.
I
I appreciate it.
I'm not
See,
trying
look
to
what you
step
did,
on
Freezy.
anybody's
Don't go,
toes,
Rob.
man.
Look
This
what
is
you did,
crazy, man.
Freezy.
It's
This
like
I did it. What the fuck,
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Your
bruh,
solution
bruh,
to married
bruh,
women
bruh.
being proud of having Roe v.
what's
Wade
the
was keep your
solution?
legs closed.
What
You
has
were not
been the
trying to be
solution?
compassionate.
Because men,
That's not what I said, man. For
What
real,
was your
roll the tape
solution
back,
then? Run it
man.
down for us. We missed it.
Roll the damn tape back,
what
man.
was
For
the
Tell
real,
us now. We missed it.
man. I'm afraid to say something now. Shit,
what
Please
was
don't
god
be. You've been
damn.
saying a lot. Don't be scared now.
I'm just saying. I mean, what is this though? This is crazy.
No,
Like
answer the question.
I'm
What was the
trying to.
solution? Please don't. Answer what
This,
was the solution?
this is crazy, man.
all right,
It's
y'all.
crazy.
Exactly. No other solution.
I'm
Exactly.
gonna
No other
I
solution
have
other than
plenty
keep your legs
solutions.
closed.
I have
What
plenty
was the
solutions.
solution then? I
Listen,
asked
this
you more
can I
times.
wait. I have plenty solutions that I have not just only tried to state on this show, but on plenty panels. Don't tell me I don't have any
okay.
solutions.
So what
Okay,
else?
so give it to
What are
us
you
now. I'm
talking
ready.
about?
I'm
Give
ready
us
now.
one.
I'm gonna write them down. I have my
But
notebook.
one thing I agree with what Robbie said. This is the problem with
Okay,
the black
so
community.
exactly.
This is the problem. This is the problem. A black man can't even get up here and
Can't
show
even give
compassion. Hold on,
solutions
wait.
because he's
Show
working
Freebie
on
wants
and
compassion.
not give
personal
solutions. That's
compassion.
Show
exactly.
Freebie,
Instead of just
stop.
giving
Stop.
solutions.
Because it doesn't matter. We need y'all to do more than say stuff. We need your actions to line up with the things that you say. You can't just be like, oh, I love my
Well,
black
my actions lined up just from how I live my life. I don't have any kids. I live my life responsibly.
Okay,
So
so
you
let's
talking to the wrong person.
Again.
But listen, we're talking about women who have gone through real life medical things. And your only response is, oh, well, I'm happy y'all got through, but other women, they need to just take what God gives them.
That's how I said it. That's what I said. That's how I said what I said.
That's what you said. It don't
That's
matter.
how
That's
I said what I
basically
said, Ashley.
that's basically what you've been saying all night.
Oh, wait. So,
Seven different
wait,
ways.
hold on, wait. So when I commented on Mrs. Jovo and Raw B, I said, well, I'm happy y'all made it through, but that's what I said.
You have literally sat
Crazy,
here
man.
several
Roll the
times
tape back,
and
man.
said, oh, I applaud you guys for what you went through, blah, 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 blah. And then you sat here just moments ago and said, well, I didn't show any compassion for you guys. And then
I didn't say that. I said a black man can't show compassion. This is what I said. I said a black man can't show compassion without getting any type of pushback.
Yeah, but when
Breezy.
you said that, and
Breezy,
then every time they had an instance about something, you kept saying that's just a small percentage. It don't matter. The small percentage that is women that's literally dying. It don't matter if it's 10 women out the world that's dying.
Bruh. Listen. First of all, I wasn't even. Wait. Let's back up. When I spoke on, listen, Miss Jovo, I apologize for speaking on your situation at all. I wasn't even trying to compare it to nothing. I wasn't trying to correlate it to nothing. I was just giving a response that I wanted to give long time ago when you told your story. That's all. It didn't have nothing to do with in correlation to anything, but I was heartfelt. I felt your story. That's it.
Oh my God.
That's it.
Crazy.
They're not talking about
I'm
that
about
part.
to end this conversation. I'm going to end this conversation.
Yeah, let's go. I don't want to trigger nobody. Rob B already got triggered. I'm not trying to trigger nobody, man.
I believe
It's y'all trying to make me the bad person.
You're not a bad person. Nobody's
I'm
saying
just saying this is crazy.
If you were a bad person, I wouldn't want you on the show. Nobody's saying that you're a bad
But
person.
don't paint a false narrative about me.
Crazy people are gonna think and
Don't do that.
feel whatever they think and feel about you. Okay, but I'm
now I will give my solutions that which I know you guys aren't gonna you're not going to accept it. But my solutions, which I'll say it again, I did not just say women should keep their legs closed. I did not say that. What I said was, yes, I am for Roe v. versus Wade getting overturned. I'm one of those, right? But we're focusing on Roe versus Wade getting overturned. She's already shaking her head. It's crazy.
I'm waiting for the solution.
Okay. Well, anyway,
actionable
Roe
thing.
versus
Closing
Wade.
your legs is actionable. Give me something actionable.
Go ahead.
You done, man? Are you done?
Go ahead, Freezy.
Roe versus Wade got overturned, and I'm in agreement with it. But I just feel like women specifically are putting too much emphasis on the overturn of Roe versus Wade when that's already happened. We can't do anything about it. It's already happened. But on the positive note, it was not a federal decision. Statewide, each state still has the opportunity to say whether they're going to allow determinations or not. So you do still have that on your part. If you want to get rid of it that bad, okay. If you live in, let's say, Georgia, okay, take a first class flight to California. Okay, problem solved. What are we talking about here? Just take a first class flight to California. And guess what? You can get rid of it if that's what you really want to do. I ain't saying nothing wrong, but all I'm saying is with my solutions, I'm not just saying close your legs. I'm telling guys to be more responsible when it comes to having sex as well. Now, I don't believe in vasectomies if you haven't had a child yet. No, I don't. First of all, I don't believe in vasectomies at all. But if you haven't had a child yet, it just doesn't make sense to me. Vasectomies don't make sense if you haven't had a child, unless you just don't want children, period. Okay, I will go with that. But as far as for women, right? Yes, women can be, even if you want to have sex, I want to say there are like 27 or 37 different contraceptives that you can use, right? That men don't even have, right? 37 contraceptives that women can choose from. Okay. Also, you can close your legs, Mrs. Understanding, which obviously that's a problem. You know, I happen to look at it as being respectful to actually you know, wait till you're in front of your potential husband to have sex, or wait, married before you carry. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I think the burden of modesty should be on the woman. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. And also, this is not there is holes in what I'm about to say, but this is the final thing I'm gonna say.
There was holes in all of them.
Sorry. It's been holes
No,
in
no,
everything
no,
you've
no,
been
no,
saying.
no.
My bad.
So there, okay, fine. There's holes in all of them, fine. So
Because Ms.
basically,
Jovo said,
hold on,
Ms.
wait,
Jovo
bro.
said
Let
birth
me get
control,
done.
birth
Wait, let me
control
get done, and then you can roast me, bro. Bro,
You
let me
talked
get
for like
done.
48 whole minutes. Like, what?
Let me get done. And you asked me to give my solutions. Now you want to say 48 whole minutes. That's crazy. But anyway,
What solutions did you name other than
okay,
abstinence?
okay. Anyway, what the third thing is, women know when they're ovulating. They know. You can time your sexual activity. You can. So given all of these options that men don't have, what excuses do women have
Can
when
you?
they get pregnant? What
Can
excuse?
can I
What
can I
excuse
address
do
can
these
I address
women
that,
have?
Ashley? I'm gonna
Now
tell
go
you. I'm
ahead
gonna
and
tell
eat
you
me
my
alive because
excuse.
we know y'all don't
I'm
give a damn about what I just said.
Freezy. I'm gonna tell you my excuse. I'm gonna tell you my excuse.
Hold on, Jovo. No.
Ms. Jovo, you
spend
already
2.5
explained that
hours.
birth control, that your body rejects birth control, and that
We
you
really
that
just
you can't
spent
take birth
2.5.
control.
This is
So for you to talk about women taking birth control, what about the women like her? She still has to
Okay.
abide
Oh,
by Ms.
wait. Women like who? Women like
like
who?
Ms. Jovo that can't take birth control
Listen, what Miss
because her
Jovo can
body
do.
rejects.
What Miss
Is move
Jovo
to
can do.
California. Move to
Oh my
California,
God,
Ms. Jovo.
bruh. What Miss Jovo can do is be more responsible with her body and just not have sex. Practice abstinence. Yeah, she can do that. Well,
men
yeah, hold on, wait. What she can do?
Now
What she
you
can do
trying to
is
run another man's household. Now you trying to run. Now
What
you trying to
happened?
run Irvin. He trying to
You
run
married her.
Irvin. Oh.
so she should never have sex with her husband, is what you're saying. And your wife should never have sex with you.
no. Miss Jovo is married. I'm not saying
Married
that.
man. But
Yes, Miss Jovo is married. She's gonna have sex.
That's
But
what I
what I
said.
was
So
trying to
Ms.
say.
Jovo, woman like Ms. Jovo.
We're talking
No, I was
about
just saying in general, the other two options is to remain abstinent. But in Miss Jovo's case, she can try her best to time her sexual activity. That's what she can do.
okay. All
That's
right.
what she can do.
We're gonna move on with this conversation. We're
I ain't gonna even respond. I can't.
yeah. It's just like we can never get anywhere.
Or she can pay for a first class flight to California and get rid of it.
Can
That's
I
what she
say
can
just
do.
one thing? Can I say one thing before we move over?
When it comes to her body,
Can I say one thing before we move over?
maybe that could happen. I don't know. I mean,
I just want to say
I
all this
don't
talk
know
about
what else you
abstinence.
want me to say.
All this talk about abstinence doesn't even solve the problem. The problem is the healthcare, the medical issues that pop up once you're pregnant. So all this, keep your legs closed. So we plan to have this baby, and this baby now has a whole lot of complications that we can't afford. We
We
can't
know
take
that's
care of.
all you heard. Keep your legs closed. That's all you heard. That's it. That's
So,
it.
like I said, we planned for a baby, and the baby comes out with complications. Unfortunately, we didn't plan for a special needs child, so we're going to go ahead and practice our rights. Like it's just it doesn't make any sense. This whole abstinence thing is counterproductive. It's just a way to control women. And then you trying to tell a husband when to do intercourse with his wife? Like this is nonsense. It's nonsense. I can't.
If you don't want a baby, be responsible, please. That's all I'm saying.
goodness.
Please, just be responsible.
Listen,
Again, if I wanted a child and something came about, I still should have that right with my own body, our own marriage, our own family, whatever.
Okay, so if Miss Jovo want a child and hold on, wait, you just said something interesting. So if Miss Jovo wants a child, right?
Mhm.
What is she supposed to do?
I don't know. Give it a
She can
fertility
risk
doctor.
her.
Now you don't know
That's
shit. Now you don't
her
know
choice.
nothing. What the
That's
hell?
her
Can
choice
I-
to risk her life.
What is
That's her
happening
choice to
here?
risk her
Can-
life.
Crazy.
Now I can what?
Can I
I
can
just
I
said
can
go
I
to a fertility doctor. What are you talking about?
can I address Freezy? Can I address him? Freezy, let me just say this, okay? First of all, let me just say that there is no bad blood. I do realize that towards the end of the conversation when we've tried to end it, that you did share some sympathy for my situation, and I appreciate that. Okay, I did hear that. Okay, I'm telling you right now, I heard that. Okay, just like Robbie, this conversation, I will admit, was triggering, and it wasn't just you. Okay, let me just say that it's just I have moments where I have, like I said, I remember the time that I was carrying my daughter, and I remember her date of birth, and that was a hard time for me. Okay, let me just say that, Freezy. So even if you were not on the panel, Freezy, and discussing this because of the memories I have linked to this event, I would have been triggered. Let me just say that one. Two,
Thank
okay,
you for saying
and
that.
okay, two, in terms of birth control, okay, my body rejects all of it. Okay. I want you to understand, Freezy, that whether I'm married or not married, there are other women that deal with this. Okay. And this overturning of Roe versus Wade can have some effect on that. Okay. And we've had the full conversation about that. Okay. The only thing that I want to say is that with someone who has had the situation that I've had with almost dying trying to give birth, and I have, and this is a very transparent moment for me. I have an innate fear of having another child because I remember what it was like giving birth the first time. And I'm working on that. Okay. I'm working on the fear. I don't plan on having other kids, but just that fear and my feelings and thoughts during that time. Okay. I'm still working on that. Okay. But what I want to leave you with, and I think Robbie was doing this as well before she left, and I'm glad that she's back. We're just saying that on your platforms, men like you, okay, this is the opportunity to get educated on how birth control, the adverse effects of it, how these pregnancies, okay, these complicated pregnancies, the risk that childbirth is for women, especially in our community. This is your opportunity to step up and say, hey, guys, or hey, me, let me get some more education on why so many sisters are dying giving kids. Let me get some more education on all these different things. I'm married to someone who literally, prior to us going through all this, and he has a mom and two sisters, knew nothing about polycystic ovarian syndrome, knew nothing about you know, fibroids, knew nothing about endometriosis, none of these different things. And what I love and respect about my husband is that he took the time to get educated. Okay. And because he got the education, and Robbie, I could kind of relate to what you were saying about just that whole kind of conflict between do we have another kid or do we not? Okay. Because he got some education and we were able to speak and really have a dialogue about that, we have chosen not to have more children. And yes, I chart my cycle. Yes, I visit my doctor regularly. Okay. But having polycystic ovarian syndrome, and Robbie can testify to this, your cycle makes many changes with every birthday. Okay. With every age that you turn, the body is going to change. I'm not saying that you need to know all of the science behind it, but the facts, just how you want people to respect your facts, Freezy, you need to respect the facts of science. I'm not
Right.
saying that you got to accept it. I'm not saying that you got to believe it. But it's like what I tell my clients all the time. It's a difference between looking through your emotional lens and looking through the objective lens. And the facts are black women are dying giving birth to kids. The facts are we have so many different complications as it relates to carrying children and just sexual reproduction, period. That a lot of men in our community, the majority, they just not educated on. And you having a platform and being on our platform tonight can actually step up and say, hey, before we start telling women what they need to do, let's get some education behind some of this stuff that they have to deal with.
Well, Miss Jovo, listen.
That's all I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is you right. Men need to be more educated, especially being the leaders in the community.
And make that a priority instead
No.
of spewing out what women need to be doing.
No,
make it a priority to understand why someone might terminate a pregnancy.
I'm gonna
make it a priority to get educated on the body.
Actually, I feel like I've said this on other panels. I think that Robbie is very intelligent, and I would love to have her on my on my platform. Okay. The type of however, the type of person I have, the type of logic that I use, I tend to outweigh the good with the bad, right? There's always going to be good and bad. And I don't know the facts when it comes to deaths with childbirth and all that. But I do remember reading that roughly like only 17.4 women out of 100,000 women actually experience these type of experiences. So what I'm saying is, yes, it does exist, but all I'm saying is that if you outweigh the good with the bad, most women are not experiencing this. They are terminating. Wait, let me finish.
And that's why you need the education. That's why you need the education.
Wait, Miss Jovo, wait. And somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, but I read this before.
You're wrong.
17. Hold on. Wait. Just let me finish first.
What? There's a plethora of different conditions that
I said mortality. When it comes to mortality, when it comes to pregnancy and childbirth, right? I'm not making this up. Roughly 17 to 18 women actually experience mortality during pregnancy or birth out of 100,000.
So
I've read this.
Let's forget about.
I'm gonna say this. When we look at child support,
hold on, wait, Robbie, I'm gonna let you cook. But all I'm saying is this.
Yeah, and we gotta move on.
We're gonna move on. But what I'm saying is, I'm also going to highlight that most women are not having terminations because of those reasons. They're having terminations for
that.
Okay, well, listen. Most women are having terminations for convenient reasons, out of convenience.
What about the women who need it for other reasons? You keep overlooking that, and that's the problem in our community. Y'all only want to talk about.
We just got through talking about mortality.
Talk about Shanae down the street who got 5 different baby daddies.
Hold on, wait. We just not talking about Shanae. You guys just spit it out the fact that it's more white women having terminations than black women. I'm not just talking about Shanae. I'm saying by and large, more women are having terminations out of convenience for their lives, not because of mortality, not because of mortality threatening their lives and all that kind of shit.
What about the women who need other options? That's all I'm saying.
What are those women? What are you talking about when it comes to those women? What are you talking about?
The women who, like my mother, had issues with pregnancy where she could have terminated. Women who are about to bring
I just said that. I just talked about your mother. She's included in that 17 to 18 out of 100,000.
What would be your solution for those women? That's what I'm asking.
I just said I need to get more educated on that, but I just said I'm a numbers guy, right? The majority of babies that are being deleted are not from that small percentile. They're out of convenience.
I want to ask you this, Freezy. Hold on, ladies. This is a valid question. When have they done a exit survey at a deletion clinic where they asked the woman the actual reason for her choosing to have the procedure? I'll tell you when, the 21st of February. So this is why I tell you, be careful of the numbers that you quote. I'm hold tight. I'm about to make it even more clear for you. The number that you're looking at that states 17.1% out of 100,000 women, when they're using those numbers, they use women
I
as
don't
the
remember. It
whole.
was like
Hold,
17 to
hold
18 or
on. Now,
something
see,
like that.
you didn't want nobody to interrupt you.
No, I
Now,
was just saying. I'm not saying. No, I wasn't interrupting you.
I'm
I was
telling
saying I
you,
don't really. I
but I'm
vaguely
telling
remember. Yeah,
right. But
yeah.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you is that statistical study that you looked at wasn't a breakdown by race. Because when you actually look at the
No, it wasn't.
studies of, right, so that's the point. So now you're taking in the majority of the population in the United States, which is Caucasian women, and the minority of the population of the United States, which is African American women, and using a total number, and it's not being broken down by race. But what you can do some research on is the healthcare disparities against African American women. There's plenty of studies done on that, especially in relation to childbirth. So that I just wanted to
But
put that in the
yet and
atmosphere.
still, out of 100,000 women in general, it's still a small. We
But
can't.
men complain about child support, and on average per capita, it's only 17% of your income. 17% of your
Well,
income is a
you know
major
what one of
deal.
my main talking points is, Robbie. You know what one of my main talking points is. I
But
mean, come on. The race the race of men that's most involved in their child's life is black men. So I'm gonna just stick on that. I'm gonna stay on that.
the point that I'm making to you is this: 17% of a man's income is enough to make all the men lose their mind. But 17% of women losing their life while giving birth is,
It's
oh,
not
well, you got to take the good with the bad. You get
exactly.
80% of your income. Be
That's
happy with
why.
that.
That's why I'm like Freezy. I like you, Freezy, but I'm about to end it on here because it's kind of like at this point I'm just triggered.
I
Like
love all y'all. I'm gonna end it on
it's
that.
just
Yeah,
kind of
I'm gonna
like, come
end it
on
on
now,
that. Yeah.
how you compassionate but your actions don't? Like
Well,
I don't.
well, I'm a compassionate, but I still can give him a viewpoint. Ashley,
No,
come
no,
on.
Freezy, I agree with that. And I'm not saying you have to be pro-abortion, but I just don't understand how we just don't care for women who do have these issues and the fact that they need some type of option, some type of health care to address these issues.
I agree with that.
I don't understand why that is
I,
so
I
hard
never disagree with that though.
for many
You
men
can't
to
possibly agree
understand.
with it if you agree with Roe versus Wade. That's what they're trying to say.
That's not
If you
true.
agree with Roe versus Wade, you
Because
don't agree
even
with your
What you
17%.
just said, what you're saying is Roe versus Wade is the only option, and that's not true.
But
So
you
this
need
is
to
the thing.
understand Roe versus Wade. It's not like they were just letting women have abortions left and
Yes, they
right.
was. Yes,
No,
they
they
was.
were not. There were regulations and certain
Man, how you gonna tell? Man, let's be
look it
real.
up.
Can
There
somebody be
is
real in the chat or something, please?
I'm
there
really
is
trying
a
to understand like
time.
why it matters.
Yeah,
It is a
we're
medical
gonna go.
procedure.
I'm
What
gonna
if my
go.
husband was abusive? What if he threw me down the steps and I'm 4 months pregnant? Come on now. Like what does it matter if
Huh?
my life wasn't threatened? Like
No,
you
What
got
you?
somebody
Hold,
else's
hold, hold.
business worried
What you
about their
repeat? What
body.
you just said? Repeat what you just. What?
Absolutely. If I'm pregnant if I'm 4 months pregnant and he throw me down the steps, you think I'm gonna bring a child into whatever
Oh
this is
man,
going
come
on?
on,
You can
man.
take that up with
yeah.
whoever you want
So
to take it
I
up
mean,
with.
personally, I think that women and men
Stop. I
have
don't
to
have to be
be.
having my life threatened. It's my body.
I'm gonna
Why?
go ahead.
Well, why we all these extremes and shit?
I'm
This
gonna
is
go ahead
crazy.
and close it out. Ultimately, I think everybody needs to be responsible. However, no matter how responsible you are, there will be some medical complications, all types of health complications for the pregnant woman and or the pregnant baby. And I think women need some type of law and statute in place to give them options. And we need better health care. And I wish that more men were so adamant and so boisterous about some of those things, along with some of the women who already are. All right. For if you are not familiar with Roe versus Wade, please go and look it up yourself.
Just come
It,
talk to Freezy. Just talk to me.
no,
That's
no, don't talk crazy. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to nobody on YouTube.
I just
Go,
playing.
yeah,
I just
go
playing.
and look it up, read it for yourself, so have a better understanding on what it is. I think sometimes we have these conversations in vacuum, and we only think about the
Right.
woman that we know or the chick down the street who, she keep having all these abortions, and that's all we think about. But we have to think about the broader
Shout
picture.
out. Shout out. Can I give a shout out?
Go ahead.
Shout out to my stepdaughter, man. I call her. I don't call her stepdaughter. Shout out to my daughter, man. Jordan. I just want to give her a shout out, man.
All right, and thank you, Robbie.
I want to give a shout out to myself for being one of the only guys taking responsibility for his reproduction system, having a vasectomy because I didn't want to have no more kids. Shout out to me.
Hey, kudos to you, bro.
All right, I wanted to just shout out the ladies for our clubhouses. We got Real Talk with Raven. Her clubhouse is the last Monday of the month, 7 p.m. Eastern. We got a convo with Jovo. She's going to start hers next month, the second Thursday of the month at 8:30 p.m. She is a drug abuse counselor and a licensed therapist. You can speak with her for free, y'all, for free. Well, at least the first hour, okay? And then you have Candid with Cannon, every third Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, so check out those clubhouses. If you haven't done so already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. We want to grow our channel, grow this platform so we can continue to have good conversations and hopefully turn on some light bulbs for people or to inspire people. All right. So thank you for joining us in the ladies' room. If you haven't, if you're just now joining us, all right, welcome to the ladies' room. So we're gonna move on to our next topic, y'all. That last one, man. Woo, jeez, that got heated.
Y'all know it was gonna get like that. Y'all know that.
Yeah, I assume. All right. So the next topic, y'all, is the McDonald's debate. All right.
Let's talk about this Happy Meal.
Right.
Let's talk about this.
So I'm going to play the video for those of you who are not familiar with what happened. So I'll play this short clip where there is a mother who is recording one of her children's father. Okay, so here it is, and then we're gonna talk about it. All right.
And made my baby daddy come here with one meal for my child, but I have 3 other kids. We have 1 kid together, but he only want to come and bring one thing to McDonald's. But what about my other kids? How come you can't feed my other kids at McDonald's though? Like, that's bogus as hell. Like, you're not finna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to eat. Look, there you go. And I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he don't even. I'm finna expose out of him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody. What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry? What he like? What do you mean? Okay, what about my other kids?
You got to show the extended version.
Yeah,
the whole
I was
one.
about to say it got longer.
Yeah, it got longer.
You got to go to the shade room.
I'll see if I can.
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
It's
on YouTube.
Shade room.
Hold on, I'm about to find it.
Yeah, it's an extended version.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah, you got to show the R-rated.
Oh wow, I didn't know it this long, so I probably can't play the whole thing, but hold on, I found it.
What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry? What he like? What do you mean? Okay, what about my other kids? What about your other kids? Okay, but them your kids' siblings though. What are you talking about? What are you them my kids, them your kids' siblings though. So what you? So my other kids finna be left out. You didn't feed them? You know I don't give my food stamps to the 7. Lisa, how is that my problem? But if you're trying to help out though, you're not helping out. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to help my son. How are you helping your son when you're only getting food for just him and not the other kids, his siblings? Lisa, them are his siblings Lisa, though. He's not finna eat in front of all his other siblings, and they're not eating on McDonald's. No, why do
No, he's not finna eat that shit at all if you can't bring enough for everybody.
Lisa, so you telling me that I gotta bring my son food? I gotta bring your kids food too now?
Yes.
You sound dumb.
How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb.
Where are they daddies at? Nobody told you to talk to them other. You had them other kids. Them your responsibility. They're not my responsibility.
Okay, but if you're gonna bring one, you need to bring it for all. How do that shit look that I'm letting one child eat McDonald's and all the rest of the kids can't eat no fucking McDonald's?
So
you know I get food stamps on the 11th.
That ain't 3 kids that ain't mine. 3 kids that ain't mine.
Yeah, they're his siblings. You knew what you was getting into when you had a baby with me.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You expect me to take care of all the kids? They're not my kids.
Okay, but you still had a baby with me who have kids with other people. I still have other kids.
Why are you recording?
Because I'm exposing. Everybody think you such a motherfucking good daddy. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're full of shit in this bullshit. You only come here with one piece of food for one child.
The child that's mine, silly.
No, that's dumb that you can't feed the other kids. Don't feed nobody at all. Then he can't take that. He can't eat it.
Maybe if you had 1 or 2, I could maybe. You got it's 3 extra kids. What the? You all like going to my mother account, spending money on all those kids. Them not my kids.
Them are your kids' siblings, though. Dumb.
So that's what you gonna go with. That's the one you.
Those are your fucking kids' siblings.
They my. So that means
yeah. So don't. No, I didn't say you have to take care of them. You can bring them something to eat if you bring one something to eat.
I bring them food every other day. What do you mean?
Exactly, but you don't never bring food for the other ones. You know I get my food stamps on the 11th.
Your babies.
Okay, but I'm saying we share the same kid as well.
Absolutely. So if you want to, if you feel like I feel the way about eating, take him in the room and let him.
I'm not taking my kid in the room.
Down to the car. He ain't got to eat for his brothers. He come right out to the car and eat with me.
No. You know what? Fine. Give it here.
Thank you.
Give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Done. He ain't eating this. You.
Why don't you just do that?
Because you ain't bringing up for all the other kids. You stupid. Selfish as a like you're dumb as hell. You're dumb as hell. He not finna eat that. Dumb.
Take care of him anyway.
Dumb. He not finna do that. If you can't do it for all, don't do it for none of them. Bye, stupid.
Woo. Ciao.
So, I want to talk about food insecurity in the United States.
Wait 1 second, Cannon. So I've read the different.
Cannon, you came back for this one, didn't you?
On social media.
I had to put my baby to sleep.
Yeah, and there are like definitely layers to this, all right? But just to start it off, is this man responsible for bringing his child's siblings food? Yay or nay?
No.
Who wants to go first?
I want to start because I'm short. I'm not going to take it.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
So
go ahead.
He's definitely he's not wrong at all. He's not responsible for feeding those other children. I do think as a man, he should feel obligated to help out his child's mother when she needs help. I do feel like he should at least do that. Her goal was to expose him, but she also exposed herself. If she can't afford to take care of all of those kids, she might want to, I don't know what type of relationship she has made with him or what type of relationship he has made with her, but it's obviously chaotic and it's obviously toxic, right? And that's not the way that you should act to get help from your baby father. So I don't know if she asked him to bring food for the other kids or whatnot, but that's not how you get help. So yeah, but he's definitely not wrong. But I do feel it's two kinds of men. There's men that will just bring the kid food like he did, and it's men that will bring food for all the kids. And those men should be commended. I think it's a very selfish act, especially when these men tend to have kids with these women and don't treat these women like family. And I think that's the big problem when you don't treat these women like family. Because if he went to his cousin's house and his cousin has 3 kids, he's going to bring food for everybody in that house. So why can't he do that for his baby mother? Like, these men be acting like bitter Bettys when they always complain about the women acting like bitter Bettys. But men do it too. I don't know if he couldn't afford the food or what the case may be. And it's not even about her at this point. It's about the kids. If you go bring food for one child, bring it for all the children, because you wouldn't treat your family like that. So why would you treat your baby mother like that? You know her situation. You chose to have a kid with her. And if it's that bad over there, the next step should be him getting custody of that kid. But if he's not doing that, that even goes to show how much he really cares about that child, because he'd just rather just bring a Happy Meal every other day for the kid instead of getting custody for the kid, where the kid can eat in peace, as you know what I'm saying, and eat what he wants to feed in, and he ain't got to worry about hopping in the car, taking his kids something to eat because the mother can't afford it. So it's a lot of layers to it. I don't think he's wrong for not feeding the other kids, but that just shows what type of man he is. And I don't think she needed to do all that to expose him. She should have just accepted the fact that, he just bought that one meal and moved accordingly. Try not to ask him for nothing else. It's easy to say she should never had a kid with him, but things happen. That's what happened. He wasn't in a situation to keep his family together. She's in a situation to take care of all the kids. She got to wait till, they left for stamps. It's a messed up situation, but, exposing him in that way, it doesn't look good for neither one of them, especially her. I think she looks worse in this situation than he did, because he's absolutely right. He does not have to buy food for those other 3 kids. He's not wrong at all. It's just, he's just a certain type of man. and obviously, from the reaction from a lot of women, that's the type of man that a lot of women is not going to deal with. So if his goal is to be some type of outstanding man and this and that, he's failing at it, because I don't like to say a real man, but a man with high values and high morale would have brought food for the rest of them kids. That's just that's just real petty to me.
I mean, I think that sounds good. That could be a good. Well, actually, I'm not sure how fair of an assessment it is, because how feasible is it for him to bring something for all the kids? In this case, it was just McDonald's, right? But what if it was a bike? What if it was a toy?
Exactly.
What if it was?
Now I do hear what you guys are saying, but this.
What if the dad often brought his son something or his daughter something? So
when you talk about toys,
for him to.
When you talk about toys, you can share toys. If you bought a bike for your son, I'm pretty sure if the sister, he can let the sisters ride the bike up and down the street. So we talk about necessities and food. That's a big difference, And
he said he does it all the time, and not only that, he's not dropping off diapers and formula. He's dropping off a full-grown meal. That means they more than likely have some kind of relationship for a while, because this ain't the first time, or this isn't the first, meal that they've done. It sounds like they just started co-parenting recently, because if they've been co-parenting since the child was born, this would have been figured out a while ago. It sounds like something recently just came about. I'm going to put my money on it. He was probably using that same food stamp card when he stayed there, or when they were dating and all that fun stuff.
Speculation, Your Honor. Speculation.
She said he knew what it was. I'm going to assume that that child is the last one, and he's the last baby daddy, because how could you know what it was if you were the first one? And if you were the first one and your child is old enough to do all this and you still haven't gotten custody, and your child is staying in a home with all these siblings and they're on food stamps, that mean the home is, they're probably struggling, and you just leaving your child.
Oh, look at the chat. Look at the chat. We got some tea. Darren said that it was an update. She said the girl put an update up, and she said in her update, she said they still sleeping together.
That's what I was going to say too, because a lot of times guys don't want to get the court involved. They don't want to get the court involved because they still want to do the hokey pokey and play both sides of the fence. But instead, you could just go down to the court office. I mean, to the family court, child support, whoever. Say, look, my baby mom being difficult. Put me on child support, put me on visitation, blah, blah, blah. But no, you want to do underhanded stuff like drop food off and wee off and think everything's okay. And it's not. It's not okay.
And this just speaks coming from me, because I have multiple kids, and I've dealt with multiple women. I've had my kids over women's house, and the woman always cooked for all of my kids. And we didn't even have a kid together. So, I guess it's just different. Women are more nurturing and more, they do things like that. They, I don't know what
No,
the case
I don't know
is with
what this.
a lot of these
Listen, no,
guys.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you
I
just
don't know
like
if
this.
that's
I don't know what this
right.
newfangled shenanigans is, because the way that I grew up, that is not how you treat children. Period.
not.
The
You
thing
bring your
is
box of
that
chicken.
I have two brothers who are younger than me, and their father's family treated me just like they treated them. Like it was literally no difference. Like if they got bikes, I got a bike. If they went over to spend the night, I went over to spend the night. Like if there was no difference between kids, like, oh, that's separate. Especially I was older, so I was already there. I was there before they were born, so we had already had an established relationship. And this is my issue with people creating all of these kids all over the place and can't figure out how to prioritize the children. Like it would be different if you could figure out what's important and figure out that the most important thing is taking care of these kids. But people don't seem to be able to do that. And I just think until you're able to do that or figure that out, then yeah, you need to pay a lot more attention to what you're doing out here, because you're not doing anything but just causing confusion and harming these kids. Because I'm pretty sure we all grew up the same way. You don't go to nobody's house bringing just one thing for one person to have. Like that's just rude. Like it's just literally rude. Nobody even does that. Like that's what I learned. Like you don't go to anybody's house empty-handed.
Yeah. And I learned that too. Like, okay, like for instance, if I'm going to see my goddaughter, right? Like I feel like if she's with her little cousins, I might have to take them something too, right? But and my mom, and listen, so and people used to do that to me and my sister, especially by us being twins, right? They bring something to me that, people feel like, oh, we got to bring it to the other, right? But my mom told me, especially once we got of age, that everybody, you're not gonna always get the same thing. And my aunt had to tell me that about my goddaughter. You don't have to do that. So at what point do we look at this woman too? She got her thinking that they all listen. Yeah. Here's the thing, because this has to be said. I got into a whole argument in that other group that I used to be in with a girl who was defending why she had 3 baby daddies. And I'm just kind of like, how do you not realize the confusion that you bring into your life and your children's lives when you have multiple baby fathers? And it's not and I understand, like, some people get married, and they get divorced or whatever. This woman has more than 2 baby daddies, right? Because she said herself, you knew I had babies with other people, okay? And she's still sleeping with this guy that she's not married to, ain't got no commitment to. They obviously don't even get along that well. So it's like, at what point do you say, this is not fair to my babies? I'm doing this to my babies because you got one daddy over here that's doing something. You got another daddy over here that's kind of doing something. Then you got a daddy over here that is doing something. These kids are confused. There's probably resentment, like why that kid's daddy do this and that kid and my daddy don't do this. That's drama, that's stress, that's trauma on the kid. And that ain't his fault. That's her fault. That's her fault.
It is trauma, but if you listen to
the thing is that
if you listen to the video, she said, this is not the first time you did that. I've been telling you to stop doing that. Now, let's be very honest. That was not a Happy Meal. That was a full-grown, adult-sized meal. Anybody that done been to McDonald's know you spending about a good $10 for a full-size adult meal. Now, it's not his responsibility, sure, because those ain't his kids, cool, whatever. But the same money he spent on that McDonald's, he could have went to Little Caesar, got a pizza. He could have went to the grocery store, got a pack of chicken and some rice. But I'm not going to make this all about him. First of all, this was within the past 2 days. This woman says she don't get food stamps until the 11th of the month. So even if he would have bought over a pizza for all the kids, if he would have bought over a meal for the whole kids, where's the food pantries, number one? Or is it that she had food pantry food in her house and her kids did not want to eat that? Number two, how was she feeding her kids on today, the 29th, on the 30th, the 1st, so on and so forth, through the 11th? See, this is the issue. When people get food stamps is like free money. Nobody really respect it. They start selling off food stamps. So now you done sold off your food budget. And by the end of the month, you win an issue, which brings it back to what Cannon said about the food insecurities. You know how bad food insecurity is in the United States when you take your children to the pediatrician and they give you a questionnaire. And on the questionnaire, they ask you, do you have food insecurities that you're not going to be able to feed your kids for the rest of the month? Now, that dude was out there flossing crazy. His whip is on stunning, stuntabulous. He got his little, outfit from the city trends. He got his glasses on. He's stunting. He's styling or whatever. And then he gonna tell her about who she had kids with, and it would seem like hers is the oldest one. But she didn't have to throw that food on the floor. However, I totally get it. I'm not gonna let one of my children eat something when the rest of them cannot eat something. That's to Ashley Michelle's point about the resentment. If that little child would have took that food in that house and them other kids was hungry and he just had that one little drink of high C orange and his fries and his burger, them other little kids would have jumped him or they would have been crying and fussing and it would have been crazy. But another place where she played herself is she got that phone number on that video. Now somebody's caseworker, CPS worker, government official that's a mandated reporter is going to take that number. They're going to call the authorities, and the authorities going to come take them kids out that house. People got to do better. Stop putting everything for social media. Everybody business ain't nobody business. Get your life.
Salute to Raw B.
The thing is,
let me cook a
hold
little
on,
bit.
Freezy. I wanted to clarify what I was saying first. I agree with what pretty much with essentially what everybody has said up to this point. Like, I agree. But I always like to try to help people understand where I'm coming from when we talk about parents and we talk about mothers versus fathers and different things like that. Y'all already know I'm very consistent when it comes to saying fathers should have as much responsibility as well as having as much rights to their kids. I'm extremely consistent about that. And what that means to me is that, especially if you're thinking about kids, right? If you're thinking about the children, not your ego, not how you feel, not what somebody else did, not somebody made you mad, not you don't like them no more, but the kids, then I do think about, because me and my siblings, we have different fathers, but we all grew up in the same house with my mom, right? So we're brothers and sisters. We didn't do half. We didn't do that. There was no such thing as half. So, like, we're brothers and sisters. So for me, I feel like just because it's a father that has multiple children or something like that, it still shouldn't be, oh, now it's half and now it's different and now it's separate. No, that's just as much DNA from your other parent as it is from this parent. What's the difference? The only difference is in the attitude and behavior. That's literally the only difference. And so my point is when my child, like me, like my first husband and I have a child together, and then he has a daughter that's a year and a half older than my son. That is my son's sister. That is my son's sister. That means something to me. That is family. That's my son's family, right? So me and her mom are very close. And even after he and I split up, that did not cease to be my family. Like, just like, that's still my son's sister. It didn't stop being my son's sister. And the thing is again, so because that's my son's sister, I'm going to treat her like I treat my son. Right? I'm going to go and pick her up. I'm going to get things for her. I'm going to do stuff because this is my son's sister. Just like if it was a kid that I had in the house, it would be my son's sister. And my problem is that people don't think like that. And just like you said, that is what's causing confusion. Like, not only because people do break up, people who have kids, especially in 2022 at this point, the ship has sailed. We're trying.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Maybe she'll jump back in. Freezy, you want to go ahead and say what you were going to say?
Yeah, I agree with Raw B. When it salute to Raw B when she was talking about the misappropriation of the food stamps, right? I don't know if they're still having sex or not, but even if he is still having sex with her, to me it's still irrelevant. And like, what did surface is this lady gets roughly around $1,200 a month food stamps. And what stuck out to me, what Robbie said, which is what I agree with, is single mothers, please stop spending your food stamps on crab legs and ribeye steaks and oysters and all of these expensive foods that the kids really don't need. Now your food stamps don't rent. Is no excuse why her kids don't have food on the table, and she up here trying to make a video go viral because one baby daddy didn't buy all the kids McDonald's.
Hold up, Cap.
Wait, listen.
So I have a question real quick. You said $1,200.
That's what surfaced on the web.
Do you know
Now,
how
I
much
might be
kiddie
wrong.
food?
I might be wrong.
But do you know how much kid food you could get with $1,200? All they eat is waffles, damn Tostinos, and hot dogs any damn way. Let me shut up.
I understand. Robbie crazy. But yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is $1,200 for 4 kids. You can make that stretch for a month. There's no way. Okay, and somebody else brought up a point. I think Mrs. Hill said instead of buying, or I don't know if Mrs. Understanding said it, one of them said it, but instead of buying one kid McDonald's,
buy a pizza.
Yeah, he could have bought him a pizza, or I think Mrs. Understanding said a bucket of chicken, right? I'm gonna tell you something. If that was my little boy and he said, "Daddy, I want McDonald's," guess what my child gonna get? McDonald's. Yeah. I'm not finna switch it up because the other kids want just to get some pizza. No, if my child want McDonald's, he gonna get McDonald's. That's what he gonna get. That's my child. So we keep speculating. Let's speculate about the baby daddy for a second. We don't know what he's going through. He might be trying to start a business. He might got other kids from other women. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. We don't know what's going on. He might be trying to conserve his money. But one thing we glossed over is the lady that recorded the video, she admitted that he buys his child something to eat every day. If you ask me, he is a great father. Other fathers need to be more like him. We don't need to. Let's not talk down on the men that's doing what that's doing what they're supposed to be doing. And this is sending a message: damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And this is exactly why we are giving full custody all 2020 and beyond. If you care so much, take full custody, because McDonald's ain't it.
Listen, if my child wants McDonald's,
I'm pretty sure your child want to stay with you. I'm pretty sure he don't want to stay with 5 siblings.
What I'm saying is, we don't know their situation. Maybe he wants custody, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But he is one thing that's factual that the baby mother stated in the video is that he's presently buying his child something to eat every day. He's not skipping a beat. So how can we criticize this guy for doing what he's supposed to be doing? And I'm going to say this here. I'm going to say this right here too.
He is not doing what he's supposed to be doing. If dropping off one single meal, not
that's his child. He's doing okay. Let me clarify.
A box of food.
Let me clarify. Because you misunderstood what I said.
He's a great dad.
You misunderstood what I said. Misunderstanding. Let me clarify.
What you're saying.
He's doing what he's supposed to. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing for his child. That's what I was trying to say.
He's literally not. He's literally
yes, he is. But hold on, let me finish.
His mom prepared a home cooked meal and he's dropping off.
His mama get $1,200 food stamps. What about her?
Whatever.
Listen, what about her irresponsibility? You want to come down on this man for not buying a bucket of chicken, but you don't want to talk about her misappropriation of funds when she get $1,200 a month. What happened to that?
Both of them are bad parents. What you want from me?
Oh, come on. Okay, anyway, another thing I want to state is
y'all want pedestalizing.
Listen, hold on. Wait, let me cook. Another thing I want to state is when a woman or a man goes to the courts and files for child support, right? Does the court say, hey, you know what? She got 3 other kids. We're gonna make this man pay child support for the other 3 kids too. No, you know what the court say? You are obligated to pay child support for your biological child, for your child. This is how the courts handle it. And If the courts handle it like that, by all means, that's how there's nothing wrong with the baby daddy handle it the same way.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, there are a few different issues y'all were kind of talking about. Raven's just pretty much
Mhm.
saying just because he's bringing food doesn't mean he should be pedestalized. But
Fuck.
so the other issue that we just keep coming, I think we just are going to disagree about, and that's fine, is that whether or not he should has to bring the kid anything, or whether it's a testament to his character that he doesn't. Like, I get what y'all are saying, you know, but then I get what you all are saying in terms of if other kids are there, bring him something. But I just wonder how feasible it is. And there's so many layers to this. Like, I just wonder, like, okay, so is she really struggling to provide? Sounds like she is. It sounds like she's struggling. Maybe, like Freezy said, she's not managing money well. It could. I wonder if she had asked him before, because like she's very entitled in the video. Now, if it's a matter of her needing help, I get that, and I get her asking for help. I don't get the entitlement though. I don't get that part.
I get
But
it. I get it. I totally.
Makes perfect sense.
I want to chime in. I totally get the sense of entitlement. This is what happens when you enter physical sexual relationships, if that's what it is. If they're actually in a relationship, because you know we got all these relationship terms in 2022. We just smashing, we just friends who smash occasionally. We got situationships, we got relationships, we got what is it? Open marriages. And my favorite one, but yes, and my other favorite one, we just got an understanding. So this is what happens when you exhibit poor boundaries. Then no one knows how far they can go with one person, and that person vice versa doesn't know how far they can go with that person when it comes to communication and expectations. That's why I always tell my clients, and y'all know, and I say it every week or every other week on this show, manage your expectations. Okay? Because when you enter into these situations and there are no boundaries drawn, this is what you're going to get. Now, I want to go back to what Darwin said, because you know, there in this situation, I agree there are two different types of men. There's the man that's going to make sure only his is taken care of and that's it. And then there's the guy who's going to look out for the community or the family. Okay. And whether one is more right than the other, you know, that'll be up for debate. My biggest question, and I still haven't gotten the answer on the internet. I was hoping that maybe it'll go viral so the mom could answer the question, because I'm a former CPS worker. I worked for CPS for 3 years in Georgia. Okay. I want to know, that these children eat. That's what I want to know. I want to know why the discussion is not on the food disparity, and this is one of probably thousands, if not millions, of situations that we've seen before. Because this ain't new to me. I've seen it so many times being a CPS worker, where when you start exposing, kids start going to school and camps, reporting stuff, and then the next thing you know, here come Miss Mosley knocking down your door. Are you eating at home? Okay, this is the biggest issue right here. Is if these kids are not getting enough food, what what kind of communication um can these parents start to establish, so that we can make sure that not only his kid eat, but the rest of the kids in the house
thank you,
Mm-hmm.
eat?
Miss Jovo. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
that's one. Okay, I could and when I say this, it's a little bit insensitive, but I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. I could care less about the mama or the daddy in this situation, because what I do know about the adults gonna get their basic needs met, but these kids, they are responsible for making sure that she's responsible for these children's basic needs being met,
Thank
and
you.
their fathers.
Thank
Okay, I don't
you.
care how many daddies she got. And that's
Thank
what I
you.
used to tell some of my CPS clients. And we would have the candid conversation. Hey sis, can you take care of these kids? Can you take care of these kids? And if you can't take care of them for the month of July, what resources can I provide to A, help you with these kids, and B, make sure that they eat, or C, let's look at a family member that can come in and assist. Now, listen, being a CPS worker, I know that a lot of people in our community, they do not get that, what I like to call um that great family support where there's a grandma or aunt or a sister or whoever will say, you know what, I'll take the kids for a couple of weeks until you get it together. Okay. It's not a lot of that going on anymore. It used to be, but it's not a lot of that going on. But that's my main priority. The outrage should be on, did these children actually eat? Because that therapist, social worker part in my brain, like I literally, when I saw this video, off and on that same day, did these kids eat? Did they eat? How can I find out if they ate? That's the part that's pissing me off, because adults gonna get what they need. These kids didn't ask for that situation. So we're here now. It don't matter how many baby daddies she got. It doesn't matter how old these kids are. The reality of it is, in this present moment, it's a food situation going on in her house. Okay. And now it's been reported, just like Robbie pointed out. Now it's all over social media. She gonna get that call from CPS. It may not be this month, but it's coming. And when it comes, what is he gonna do to protect his child? And what is she gonna put into place with the rest of the fathers to make sure these kids are protected and that they eat?
Actually,
That's the discussion.
How about this, Miss Jovo? If she gets $1,200 a month and they have her on,
I'm glad you said that.
saying that you know what I'm saying, he gotta buy the food every other day. That's welfare fraud. She could potentially be going to jail.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many Black women that I have been their CPS worker without stating regions and demographics or anything, because I cannot go into detail about that because of confidentiality, that I have been to court for because of them making simplistic mistakes and exposing stuff and not understanding that what you just told the government was, you don't need these food stamps no more, sis. Or we're going to take you down from 1,200 to 500 because now, since you all over social media, maybe you had on your t-shirt that said, oh, this is my business. Oh, so you got a business. Let's see if she reported that. Maybe it's a startup she has not reported yet. Guess what? They don't care. Now, your plan of exposure has essentially changed the financial course of your household. Okay? And I'm the kid, my grandparents raised us, and they got food stamps for being my brother, which was little next to nothing. And I've been in situations where I've seen my cousins live a certain way, but because my parents didn't raise me and my brother, we didn't get exactly what they got. Okay? Maybe they got polo for Christmas and we got Ivory Crew. Shout out to my 90s kids. Okay? And it's unfair and it hurt in the moment. But, you know, stuff like this happens. I'm not saying that is right, but it happens. Yeah. So we got to be real careful about how we prioritize what's important in this conversation.
Can we also note that the baby's father also tried to be thoughtful and considerate enough to tell the baby mother, hey, well, listen, let him come to the car and eat. He don't have to eat in front of the other kids. He offered that as a
listen.
Freezy, I know you don't want to hear it. Freezy, I know you don't want to hear it.
Finish. Let Freezy finish. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the reason why I said that is because Mrs. Hill, she said earlier that if he would, they would have bought the food in the house and the other kids would have seen him eating his McDonald's, they probably would have snatched the food, or it would have been you said it probably would have been a fight or altercation or something. No, I think Miss Hill said that. Yo, run the tape.
No, I said it was going to be resentment amongst the siblings, and I know where you're going with that. But let me ask you this question real quick. Would it have been okay, or how would he have felt if the other kids' daddies, right?
Yeah.
Bought food for the other three of them. Yeah. And said F his son and let his son be hungry.
Guess what? His son would have been okay because it's already been reported that he feed his kid every day. He doing what he's supposed to do. That's what I'm saying.
But in that moment, you're not understanding what she asking you. In that moment, now his siblings are eating McDonald's or he's not.
But according to the baby's father, it wouldn't matter because he buys his kid what his kid wants every day. So his kid is being taken care of. And this is how it's supposed to be.
How is his kid being taken care of when his kid lives in a household that needs food stamps? Please explain this to me. This is my whole entire
what I'm saying is obviously the food. This is more. This is more of a reason. This is more of a reason why her food stamps shouldn't have ran out so quickly. If the
Why
baby,
is she on his son lives in a household that needs food stamps? So stop
listen,
with he taking care
because
of his son.
listen,
No,
she has
he's
custody.
not. The state
She
is
has
taking care of his
custody.
son.
She has custody of the children, right?
The government is taking care of his son.
No, she has parental custody of all her kids, obviously.
Right, and she's on food stamps. So
right. So that speaks more to her.
No, it doesn't.
How?
No,
listen to what I'm saying.
no. I'm sorry.
Let me speak.
It's two parents. It's both of their responsibility, Freezy.
Just let me finish saying what I'm saying. Hold on.
You don't get to pick and choose when you get to be a father. And that's the problem with baby daddies. Fathers are fathers 24/7. Baby daddies pick and choose when they decide to be a father. And that pisses me off.
You got to let me finish saying what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that yes, she get food stamps.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yes, she does get food stamps. But what that reaffirms what I was saying earlier. If she gets $1,200 a month, and this man is making sure his kid eats every day, she has no business running out of food stamps. She doesn't listen. What I'm saying is, yes, you're right. She should. It'll be nice if she wasn't on food stamps and she could actually be actually financially stable to buy all of her kids something to eat with straight cash. But that's not the situation. But being that she is on food stamps and she gets $1,200 a month, and she has at least that one baby daddy that we know of buying his food every day with cash.
One meal a day. One meal we saw this man purchase.
We don't know that, but listen what I'm saying. All she said was he makes sure. She didn't say he buy his kid one meal a day. She said verbatim he makes sure his child eats every day. Verbatim. That's what she said.
No, what she said verbatim was this. She said, "You bring something over here for your son every other day."
But she didn't say one. She didn't say one meal.
Stop doing that shit.
Okay, but that's not up to her. That's his child. Listen. She didn't say one meal. So does it speak? Wait. Does it speak more?
3 meals neither. So
wait. Does it speak more about her that this man provides meal? Let's just say he provides one meal every day. Listen, does it speak more? Who does it speak more to when it comes to irresponsibility? Does it speak more?
How about this? Wait.
Let me just say what I gotta say, please.
Okay, go ahead, Darby.
So,
I'm sorry.
So this is the thing, because I have children outside the home, and when I go take my daughter food, I always make sure her sister gets food too, even her mother and her grandmother that stays there. If I go pick my daughter up, takes her to a place like medieval times, I get her little sister, buy her gym shoes, a shirt to match, and everything. That's just how I get down. Every man don't have to get down like that. No knock against them. But when I broke up with my baby mother, as a man, I felt like I let my family down because now this woman is about to be in another home with my daughter. So I'm obligated to help out in any way that I can, because guess what? She's doing it full time. I'm just part time. So if she has another kid, yes, I'm going to feel obligated to help out, because guess what? I abandoned my family, because guess what? I take accountability for anything that happens with my baby mother and those kids, because I'm the type of man that says I'm a leader. And when something goes wrong, I take accountability for it. So all these men out here that's not stepping up to the plate when they have these kids in outside homes and think they can take one meal a day and act like they have done something, they have not really done anything. A happy meal a day is not taking care of no kid at all, right?
Yes, but Mr. Hill, what you're doing, Mr. Hill, what you're doing, you're speculating again. You're speculating again. It was never implied that he only buys his child one meal a day. You're speculating. Hold on, wait.
I let you talk. I'm talking. You can finish when you can go when I'm finished. So
okay, good.
He's on food stamps. say she's getting $1,200 a month. The fact that she's on food stamps let us know that those other fathers is not paying child support or helping out. Because if she was getting the sufficient amount of money that she's supposed to be getting from everybody, she wouldn't have to be on child support. So therefore, the government had to step in and help not her out, but the men out. The government is not helping her out. The government is helping the men that left and abandoned those kids out. So we can't stop. We got to stop putting all this stuff on the.
Okay, but this hold on. This subject. Wait. This subject matter is not about the other fathers. We
Yes,
just seen. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
Hold on. Wait. No, it's not. This subject matter is about that one father that bought his child something to eat. We don't even know who the other. Hold on, wait, bro. I let you cook, bro. I let you cook. Wait, chill.
No, you didn't. You cut me off. I wasn't finished, so I'm still cooking.
Okay. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. What else you got to say?
So this subject matter is about the kids eating. Yes, you can make it about that one kid, but guess what? When you have multiple kids in the house, you don't just bring food for that one kid, because if you want to build a relationship with that kid, you have to understand that that kid lives in a house with other kids. And when you do stuff like that, you're not only confusing, the mother's not confusing the kid by having outside men. That man that only brought food for that kid is confusing that kid, because he's letting that kid know that, hey, listen here, those really not family. I'm just looking out for you. That's the confusion right there.
No, the confusion.
Bro, you said, hold on, Ashley, wait, bro,
1 meal.
Bro, you said that already, bro. Okay, listen, what I'm saying is this. We just, Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong.
You have to be.
Hold on, bro. Bro, you said.
I'm not saying you because you don't have any kids. So
but bro, yes I do. I do got. Yes I do. Yes I do. But listen. Yeah, I am responsible for it. I am. But you're wrong. Now you're wrong. What I'm saying is this. Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong. This topic is about the video we just saw. Am I wrong?
Crazy, but the video that we just
saw. Wait. Oh, because I'm not done. We just seen a video that went viral not a couple of days ago about one father only bringing food for his child. This is what the topic is about, right?
So stop acting like he's taking care of the kid for bringing 1 meal. You saw one Happy Meal, and you acting like,
bro, just chill, bro. I'm not done, bro. Now you interrupted me.
Yeah, because you interrupted me.
Play nice, fella.
So do you have any more to say? Do you have any more to say before I cook? Do you have anything else to say before I cook? Before I cook you?
No, I'm just gonna step in when I feel needed.
Go ahead.
Okay, what? Anyway, listen. This man, you guys are speculating that this man only feed his child once a day. That was not implied. So let's just throw that out. This lady admitted that he feeds his child every day.
Every other day.
Hold on. Wait. Stop trying your hardest. Wait. Stop trying your hardest to paint this narrative that this man is irresponsible. Stop it.
I didn't try to paint any narrative.
I'm not saying you, Robbie. I ain't saying you. I'm just saying
what. Real fast.
Did you see him bring 3 meals? He eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Did you see 3
meals? I'm not done. I'm not. Okay, so Mr. Darren can finish his. Mr. Darren can finish his soliloquy, but I can't.
I'm speculating, and then you turn around and start speculating.
No, I'm not speculating because it was never said he only brings 1 meal. There was never a number on how many, bro. There was never a number on how many meals he brings his child. That's not speculation. That's fact.
Freezy saying that he drop off 1 meal for every breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snack. That's what Freezy is saying.
No, Freezy is saying is that every day, regardless of if it's 1 meal, if it's 3 meals, if it's a snack, every day the man is bringing over every other day.
Whatever his child needs when it comes to something to eat.
Nobody
speculate.
So we can't
still
really
speculate.
Thank you, Ashley. Nobody knows. So where did this 1 meal narrative come from? That's what I want to know.
Okay,
the video that you want to stick,
bro, man.
The video, so we go stick.
Hold on, Ashley. I'm not done. Listen. What I'm saying.
Dira in the chat said, Freezy cooking and the kids ain't yet.
Man, I
That's
don't
my
give a
thought
damn. I don't
process
give
right
a
there
damn
now.
about that. Listen, I don't listen. First of all, I can cook. But anyway,
I care about the kids eating.
okay, but listen.
I care
Oh,
about parental
actually,
responsibilities.
hold on. Wait. Miss Jovo, don't backtrack now because you made a good point during your time of speaking. You don't care about the baby's father. You don't care about the mother. You care about the kids.
Grown people gonna do what grown people
Right.
gonna do.
Wait.
Hold up.
Please.
No, I will not. I will not because you've been cutting me off all night. Now you get into me. So this is my point. The point that I'm trying to make is that it's both of the parents' responsibility, just like Darwin is saying. You do not
No,
as
it's
a
not.
father.
No, it's not.
Yes,
All
it
them
is.
kids,
Let me
all
tell
of
you
those
something.
kids is not his responsibility.
Did you
Stop
hear me
it.
just say that? Did you just hear me say that? No.
What do you let me finish, please?
No, you gonna let me finish. This the ladies' room podcast, and I done sat back. I done watched you disrespect Darwin. You done disrespected everybody else.
He didn't want me to interrupt him. Hold on, Ashley. How this shit supposed to go, Ashley? Ashley, how this supposed to go, Ashley? Mr. Darwin was talking. He didn't want me to interrupt him. But when I go to talking, everybody can interrupt me. That's how this shit gonna go.
Ashley, I apologize, but it is detrimental. Hey, your profanity and the tone of your voice does not
Just
deter me
let
away.
me finish talking, please.
Okay.
Go ahead and cook. But when you done cooking, Miss Jobo gonna serve the meal.
That's the way it's supposed to go.
No. Let me tell you something. This whole thing about you trying to prioritize what a father should do, what a mother should do. She laid up and had that baby, and he helped her have that baby. Both of them are
baby. Hold on, listen.
Baby. So moving forward in my point, and you can keep interrupting me all you want. I am not gonna stop talking. It is the father's responsibility, and it is the mother's responsibility to make sure that child has meals morning, noon, and night, no exceptions. I don't care if you still sleeping together. I don't care if y'all got married. I don't care if you got an open relationship or a situationship. What we not gonna do is minimize the needs of these kids based on the fact based on the fact that you want to keep score talking about it makes her look bad, but this guy is coming to bring his
what
child
are you talking about? I was
meal.
repeating.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do it.
Finish, please. Let me finish. Damn.
Y'all let Freezy finish. Go ahead.
Actually, I was repeating what you said, Miss Jovo. You said it. Please do not interrupt me because you said it. Please. Rewind. I'm gonna be saying play the tape back all damn night. Listen, you said
backwards. Let's go.
You said earlier you don't care about the father or the mother. You care about the kids eating. Did the kids eat? But we know that the person who has the custody, these children are in the mother's. These kids are in the mother's custody.
There you go, keep the score again.
No, hold on, wait. You said that, and I agree with you. I actually nodded my head in agreement with you because it's true. And you also mentioned that she has other babies' fathers that need to be responsible feeding the other kids. You said that. I'm not making this up. Now, if you're trying to backtrack, let me know. But all I'm saying is this dude, we're not going to paint this picture like this dude is only giving his kid one meal a day.
Yes,
you're trying very hard to paint a narrative and make this man so irresponsible it kills me.
Speculation overruled.
Just chill. And so what I'm saying is this damned if you do, damned if you don't. This man is let's pretend this man did one time buy all of the kids something to eat. She's gonna be expecting. Hold on. She's gonna be. Listen. Right. She's going to be expecting this every damn day. Every day. That's what she should expect. This one baby father to buy all the kids something to eat when she got other baby fathers that's responsible for these other kids. Are you telling me if this man buy all the other kids something to eat one day, she should expect this all the fucking time? That's so damn stupid. That's stupid. This man is taking care of his child. When was it bad? When was it bad to take care of your child? Like I said before, when you go to child support court, right? Child support court does not say, ma'am, how many kids do you have? Okay, this man is going to be responsible for all of your kids. No, they don't say that. They assign responsibility to the child that he's responsible for. Now, guess what happens? Guess what happens though? We don't talk about this. When the baby mother does get child support, we don't talk about when she uses that child support to take care of the rest of the kids. But guess what?
$400 a month.
Guess what though? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? The child support court did not ordain that. They only permitted her to get child support from this one father for him to take care of this one kid. And actually, I'm just using this as an example.
You're incorrect, Freezy. So let me give you a little bit of knowledge on the child support system.
Thank you, Robbie.
How the child support system works is when child support is being adjudicated, depending on your state of residence, they take in income assessment forms from the mother and the father, accounting for all the residents in the home. This is most common in the state of Virginia. And then they divvy up the financial responsibility between both parents, and the non-custodial parent must then make a payment. So they do account for the other people in the house when they're accounting for child support.
No, okay, listen, I know what you're saying, Robbie.
But hold on, I'm not finished.
Yeah, but there's flaws in what you said. But go ahead.
Listen, Freezy. Now we're gonna kick it back on the morality thing.
But there's flaws in what you just said. I just wanted to highlight that. Go ahead.
I did say some states, not all. But we're gonna kick it back.
Thank you, Ms. Jovo.
Oh, you're gonna stop. But we're gonna kick it back to the morality thing. The moral thing to do would be to get something for all the children in the house. That's having high moral value. Number one. Number two. I'm gonna give y'all another perspective, since we're on speculation right now. Let's just say she didn't misappropriate her food stamps and she bought the kids everything that they wanted in the house. I'm going to assume that his child is probably around 8 to 10 years old. And let me tell you what happens with 8 to 10 years old, because I have one. You can have a plethora of food in your house and they'll be like, I want McDonald's. Can we go to Chick-fil-A? I would like some Starbucks. Oh my God, can we go to Arby's? Oh my God, can I go get some ice cream? So if you have one parent that's just a phone call away, and with all his flash and dazzle, his child probably has a cell phone, probably hit up dad like, hey dad, mom's being mean. Can I please have some McDonald's? And then he brought a special treat just for his child, which that honestly should not happen. And I'm telling you this as a woman that is raising somebody else's child that is not my biological child. We're even talking about down to private school. My children want to go to private school because I have a child outside of my marriage, and my husband has a daughter that lost her life. So we're raising her child as well. You understand what I'm saying? So when I talked to my daughter's father about private school, he said, find out how much the private school is for the both of the girls to go, so that I can help you find funding for both of the girls, because she can't go to private school while the other little girl goes to public school. And I get that you might not have compassion for that situation because you've not yet had biological children. You understand what I'm saying? When you have a biological child, and your biological child is now acclimating to another child, like your stepdaughter or your daughter that was in the chat. When you have a biological child, if she's still in, a child's space and age range, and then someone comes to the house and they bring a gift for your biological child, but they don't show love to your other child, it's going to hit you differently.
Okay, but guess what? It might hit the woman. It might hit the woman differently, right? But guess what? This is what you get for having multiple baby daddies and multiple kids. That's her
I'm
fault.
talking to you from the perspective of a man that has multiple children by multiple women.
Right,
And
but
has,
it's funny.
listen,
It's funny.
listen, you're not hearing me though.
Yeah,
And has all of his multiple children by the multiple women together. And
right,
only one of those children, while they're all together in a group,
right.
only one of those children get a specialized
I get what
treat.
you're saying,
It's
Robbie.
problematic.
Right, but it's funny you
Yeah.
said that. It's funny you said that, but that goes to one of my other points.
Mhm.
We never hear these complaints from single fathers. We never hear these
You a
type of
whole lie.
complaints.
You a
We
whole
never
lie.
listen. We never hear these complaints when it comes to. You don't see this shit. You don't see
Well,
single fathers
because
saying,
you know,
"Oh, you only."
I know,
You don't see single fathers telling telling
I
baby
love
mothers,
that you brought
"Oh,
that
you
up.
only bought one of my children
No,
something to eat,"
Breezy,
and then
Because
throw
my
the
mothers,
throw the food on the
because
ground and all that
the
kind of
mothers
shit.
that
You're
I know
right,
don't
because he'll
do that
take the
shit.
food into the house and he'll throw it into the garbage
Man,
before the
y'all,
other
come on, man.
15.
Let's be
bro, I'm
real.
glad, but
Let's
Well,
be
I
real,
mean,
Women
man.
don't do
that
that.
up,
So
right? Because he
what
wanted
yeah,
to
men
use
and men and women are
anecdotal.
different.
And so let me
You don't hear
give
that
you some
shit.
anecdotal. Let me give you
Oh,
some
we know you don't want to hear it. We understand
I
that
said I
perfectly
didn't
clear.
say that. I said first of
Oh,
all, I did
I
not
heard
say
what you
that.
said. I heard what you
I
said.
said I said you
You should mute the next time when you have an
Miss
undercurrent or
Jovo, I
underthought.
said
You
you don't
should.
Miss
That's why I
Jovo.
stopped talking
Oh my
because it doesn't matter
God.
what we say. You're not gonna listen.
I
You had your
said
turn.
I
You
said
had
you
your
don't
turn to cook. You had your turn to cook. Now it's my turn. What I
I
was simply
said you don't
trying.
hear I
Hey,
said you don't
hey,
hear that shit
hey.
about
What
baby
I
fathers
simply.
saying that.
What
That's
I
what I
simply.
said.
What I
Well,
was
Breezy,
simply
let
trying
her
to say
talk.
before.
Breezy, let
Before
her
you
talk.
interrupted me. Before you
Man,
interrupted
I
me.
thought she was a
Was that.
damn feminine church lady. Shit.
What are you talking about, bro?
All right,
So
y'all.
if you're
Hold
if
on.
wait, hold on, Ashley. So if you're done, if you were done calling me out my name, then I can actually speak.
I
Thank you
called
very
out your
much.
name.
Feminine church lady. Come on. Now,
What
let me
is
finish.
it?
Let me finish my thought. My thought was
Man, this
what I
shit
was trying
crazy
to
as hell.
say, what
This
I was
shit
trying to say,
crazy.
Have some
what
self
I was
control,
trying to
sis.
say before I was rudely interrupted was all I was simply saying was it doesn't matter where the father lives, it doesn't matter where the mother lives, it doesn't matter what she got going on in her house, what he got going on in his house. He is the father of that child. She is the mother of that child. Doesn't matter what they both have going on. Their responsibility is to make sure that that child has everything it needs, no matter the circumstances. Okay. When you become a parent, you are not a victim of circumstance. Your mind and your heart must be greater than any circumstance that you are enduring at the time because that child does not have the means to take care of itself. But the mother and the father coming together have the means to take care of their child. That's the whole point I was trying to say.
Right.
Doesn't matter if he brought McDonald's on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or September or November or forever Ember. It does not matter.
The
That's his job.
question though is,
That's his job.
is
It's
his
her job to
job
be a
to
mom.
bring?
People want to get extra credit for doing stuff that they supposed to be doing.
Did he
You
do
know,
his job?
Not to
Did he
mention,
do
Well,
not
his
to
job, Miss
mention the
Jovo?
fact that,
well,
not
Did
to
he
mention,
do
I'm
his
gonna just
job,
say
Miss
this.
Jovo?
he doing the petty bare minimum, and he
No, I
want
didn't ask you that.
that's
I
what he
asked you, did
doing.
he do
I'm
his
gonna say,
job?
Freezy, I'm gonna say this
actually, let
last
me
part, and then
explain
I'm
it
gonna
like
be
this.
quiet on this topic. So,
You
right,
don't want to answer
I
that.
have
Hold on,
listen,
Robbie. I asked her,
Freezy,
did he do
Freezy.
his job? But then
How
she
can I
calmed
answer?
down.
How can I answer a
Oh man.
question when you talking? How can I answer
Okay,
a
Miss
question when you
Jovo.
talking?
Okay, Miss Jovo, did he do his job?
No.
Mm,
Oh
Do
man, see
do
that.
better.
Okay, all right.
Do better. And
Freezy,
with her too,
Yeah,
do
he didn't
better.
do his job.
Use this
You
situation
heard
as a
that, fathers
learning
out there in
curve.
America? Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Freezy,
I'm
I
Yes,
telling you
it's
know
right
all
now.
you doing is
somebody
dropping off
that
Everybody
one
comes
leg
from
saying
a
and the other leg and you're
family,
down.
okay. So
as do most people, come from multi-sibling households. In multi-sibling households, if you ask the oldest child what their experience is with a parent, the middle child and the youngest child, they will all have very different experiences. And quite frankly, the way this man is coming through and only trying to look after that one child, it reads to me. Now, I didn't get no degree in psychology, but I came pretty close. It reads to me like overcompensation for being a failed parent in regards to other children that he has in existence. And I'm just saying, I'm
So
not
if
Freud,
we're
but
going to hold him accountable, though, we got to hold her accountable.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you.
Both
God.
parents. Both parents. That's the whole point I was saying.
My
Both.
issue is that nobody is pedestalizing this woman. Everybody agrees she ain't shit. Like he just said, he's a great father. Other men should be like him. Not one woman on this panel has said other women should be like that mother. You know what? She should. No, we recognize bad parenting when we see it. The problem is they are pedestalizing the less than bare minimum. You can't even feed a child one meal a day and let that you
Oh,
tell
here we
them.
go with this
Okay,
1 meal a day.
okay, you're right. He's dropping off every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner because that makes sense.
From McDonald's, the highest calorie, high sugar content.
Rico made a good point.
What are we talking about?
He said, why would he bring, he asked a question. He's like, why would he bring 2 meals, breakfast and lunch, and then mom just decide to decline the last one? So, I mean, I think it's pretty.
I'm going to tell you why. I can answer that.
And it's probably not even a meal a day.
I can answer that, though.
Okay, 1 second. But here's my thing. Even if it was like more than 1 meal a day, even if it was, obviously your child is in the hands of a woman that's one of two things: incapable of caring for the child or irresponsible in caring for the child. So you can say he's this great, wonderful parent, but just from what we know from this situation, we can assume, we have every right to assume that this man is doing the bare minimum. End of story.
Why?
And you can disagree with that.
Why are you assuming that?
I just told you because
leaving his child in a situation where there's food insecurity.
In the care of a woman that is either incapable or irresponsible. So if you are a man and you know your child is living with a woman that is incapable or irresponsible, then at some point your responsible self will say, you know what? I'm going to get my kids.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Let's dig into that. Wait, Ashley, let's dig into what you just said. So do we know he doesn't get his kids sometimes and bring?
No. I said custody.
Hold on. Wait. I'm getting there.
I'm talking about custody. I'm not talking about
I'm getting there. Do we know he doesn't go get his kid on occasion? Do we know he's not fighting? Do we know he hasn't tried to get custody? Do we know he doesn't buy his child clothes? Ashley, wait. Do we know he doesn't buy his child birthdays, Christmas, everything?
Doesn't matter.
Now it don't matter.
You're just arguing speculation. Now you're for speculation. Cannot take care of.
Yeah, I might as well go speculation here. Y'all got speculation all over.
Did he call CPS? Did he call CPS? Did he call CPS when he knew that she had an inability to feed the children and she took the last vestiges of food and threw it on the ground?
Okay, listen. What we do know is he's feeding his child. We do know that. That's not speculation. Okay, hold on, wait. What we do know is she threw that shit on the damn ground like a fool on camera. We do know that. Okay, and guess what? That was ignorant as hell because all he got to do is take that footage to the courts. And guess what? She can find herself in a. She can hold on. Wait. Because this is the problem. Upholding ignorance. This is the damn problem.
Ignorance for the father.
Upholding ignorance.
Get full custody, fathers. If your
this the damn problem.
The problem is
there's ignorance. Hold on, wait, Ashley. I want to ask another question. Ashley, can I pose a question? Can I pose a question to the panel?
Hold on, Freezy. I just think it's interesting that you had all of this moral outrage when we were talking about unborn children, but when we talk about literally only trying to feed one child instead of the rest of the kids,
we don't.
All of a sudden, your
but more. If you ask me though, Miss Hill, if you ask me, Miss Hill,
because it's about control.
There's nothing. Hold on, wait. If you ask me,
there's nothing more.
He's not outside of moral code by feeding his child. That's not outside of moral code. I commend him for that.
But that's not
Okay, hold on. Wait.
household.
Let me ask the panel this.
Household where they're not eating, where everybody
Wait,
in the household is
but
having good fun.
wait. That's her household. That's her household, though. That's what you keep missing. Right,
So
but
if your son in your
hold
household, you
on.
want him to
Would you feed a
Wait.
dog in the street? Would you
Wait,
feed a dog in the street? Would you feed a dog in the street?
Listen, yes, I would,
If you
but
would feed a dog in the
not
street,
every
but you
damn day.
wouldn't. But he wasn't
Okay,
feeding them. But he
wait.
wasn't feeding them. But he wasn't feeding them.
You
You were
don't know. We
listening.
don't know that. Look,
But
okay,
you
hold on.
do know that because she said it in the video.
Listen, this is what I want to say.
When she said
No,
he was
that's
dropping
not
off
what she
food,
said. That's
yes,
not what
it
she
is.
said.
We
No.
can run it back. We can run the tape back.
Run the tape back.
Run the checkup. Because
Run
what
it
she
back.
said
Because I'm
was,
gonna tell you what.
you're bringing food every other day just
She
for
didn't,
him.
she didn't say
And
every
I
other day.
told
She said
you
every
to
day.
stop it.
Yes, she did.
Freezy, you want to make a bet?
Okay, hold on. Wait. This is what I'm saying. I want to pose a question to the panel. I want to pose a question. Rob B, stop it. You know you owe me money anyway. Listen. Okay.
You owe me
Do
some
do
money.
do the therapeutic church lady get the answer in her entirety, or you gonna cut me off when I answer? That's what I want to know.
No.
He ain't gonna take your femininity away.
Listen. Once
Yeah, I'm so combative.
Yes, now you are masculine. Did you know that?
hey, Miss Jovo, run the tape back. But anyway, listen.
Miss
Listen, I
Jovo,
want to say
don't
this
you
here.
make me cut up like that. That was some hilarious.
Do what I want to say. Miss Jovo know I love her. She know that.
He been acting up so much.
Hey, listen,
Robbie
do what I want
left.
to say.
Jovo got upset. He is a menace.
Do what I want to say right here. Do what I want to say. Now,
Exactly.
if this dude, let's just say this dude, let's say this dude
Go ahead, let
has.
me finish, y'all.
Thank you, moderator. Let's say this dude got 5 other kids somewhere else, and he's responsible for feeding those kids, right?
Yes.
Is he? Hold on, wait, Kenny. I know you ready. I know you miss it. I know you ready, Miss Hill. But listen, let's say he feeds those other 5 kids. Is he still responsible for her other 3 kids?
Let me explain something to you, Freezy. This is what I was gonna say when you asked that question about you never hear this from single fathers. I mean, I don't know if that just means
you gonna answer my question?
Fathers who have that there's just
Answer
fathers.
his question, Ken, and then
Is you gonna answer my question? Oh, yes or no?
I'm answering your question.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm finna go on mute.
Yeah, okay. I'm answering your question. Okay, I'm gonna give you the full thing. So, to answer your question about responsibility as far as it comes to taking care of children, right? And children that are family, what I was going to explain to you again is that there is a higher moral responsibility, whether it's a mother or a father, to ensure that children and children who are related to each other, especially siblings, are taken care of, especially that live in the same household, are taken care of. Even the ones that don't live in the household. And I'm going to tell you why the fathers are not complaining about that. Because women like me are taking responsibility for their children without them asking. Because we understand that those children are related to our children and that our children's mental health, their security, their upbringing is going to be contingent on their relationship with their other family, whether we had a part in it or not. Because we grew up in situations where maybe our fathers had other children all over the place and we were like 15, 16, 17 before we even met them or got to know them. So we knew this family, but we didn't know that family, which is ridiculous. So what we do is put in extra effort, whether the father is doing it or not, to make sure that all those kids can have as much of a family unit as humanly possible. Right? And I'm going to tell you how true that is because we want to use anecdotal evidence. I will tell you right now, like my husband said, we got kids all over the place. We got all kinds of kids. He got kids with different people. I got kids with different people, just kids everywhere. Kids that my son related to and all types of things. My son's older sister, who is not related to me biologically in any way, shape, or form, lived with me and my husband for over a year. Right? For over a year because of the relationship that I have with her mom and because that's my son's sister. He didn't bat an eye. That's his daughter too.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, these kids are siblings. They all look at each other like siblings because that's what it is. We're not making lines and delineations and being like, well, I don't have to do it and this, that, and the other. Are these kids growing up happy, healthy, and in relationship with each other?
The bottom
That's
line
what
is,
people need to be concerned
the
about. That
bottom
they
line
too
is
busy
these
trying to
ninjas.
be worried about having sex. Who the next person they gonna sleep with?
Miss
I
Hill, Miss Hill.
be trying to be political and try to be.
Hold on,
saying
wait,
right
Mr. Hill. Miss Hill, I'm gonna tell you what you just did. I'm gonna tell you what you
How
just
we
did.
can't answer the question?
You just took the goalpost
do you
and
want to talk?
well, you just
He
took
just
the
want to talk.
goalpost.
Yeah, he really
You
want to
just
answer the
took the
question.
goalpost and throwed it all the way to Haiti. That's what you just did. Listen,
Because the problem is all the rest of these guys goalpost is in hell, and we don't.
Oh, y'all don't answer my question. That's what I want to know.
You almost made me speak in tongues. You know I'm a church lady.
Nobody answer my question. Nobody answer my
I want to
question.
give it a shot.
We not accepting bare minimum over here.
Did you answer? Did you hear my question, Mr. Hill?
Yeah, the question
I'm
is
going to answer it.
These ninjas out here ain't
No,
real
what was my
leaders in the
question?
community.
What was these ninjas?
They
What
all
was my
talk.
question?
These ninjas, all they do is talk. They really don't care about changing the community and having no
Ashley,
impact on the
Ashley,
community.
nobody gonna
They
answer
don't
my
care about the
question.
kids. They just selfish.
See what I'm saying,
They don't want to
Ashley?
do better. They just out here just having sex and not caring.
This how it gonna go.
Like no vasectomies. Y'all don't want vasectomies. Y'all don't want to feed the kids McDonald's. Y'all bringing one burger and acting like y'all taking care of somebody's kids. Y'all ain't taking care of no kids that look.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you, bro. I understand. Now, can you answer my question? Now, can you answer my question?
I'm about to
Please.
answer
Can
your
y'all
question.
answer
What
this
was?
question? What would y'all say?
Okay.
No, I heard the question. Please, God, don't make him go over.
The question was, Miss Hill, I blame you, Miss Hill. You the one started. You did this. But listen,
It's a nonsensical question, guys.
how these are real. This is real situations.
Breezy, listen, you're arguing whether or not this man is responsible. They are arguing that whether or not this man has some type of moral obligation or duty.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to
remember the question now.
But listen to what I'm saying, Ashley. Ashley, hold on, Ashley. Wait.
I'm about to answer.
One of y'all listening.
I remember the question. It was
Wait.
If he got
do you remember the question I asked, Mr. Hill?
I remember the question. I'm about to answer.
What was the question? First, repeat
said,
what.
If this man has 5 other kids somewhere else with other baby mamas, right?
Yes, sir.
Is he supposed to still take care of his baby mama and her other kids, right?
Yes, sir. Every day. I said every day.
No, he's supposed to take care of his kid every day, but I don't think he's taking food over there every day, as from what she said. He's taking one meal every other day.
I'm gonna answer it.
No, he's not obligated. He's not obligated to take care of nobody's kid but his. But as a man and as a leader of his family, he should take it upon himself to look out for his baby mother, who he impregnated and left to raise his kid alone. Because I do not see the fact that if you have a kid over in another place and they not eating well, why wouldn't you just go get your son? What she should have did what I baby mama did, and just brought the kid to the door and said, you know what, you take care of him forever now. And I guarantee you this, he wouldn't have took that kid, because he can only afford 1 meal a day. So he a damn sure ain't about to afford 3 meals.
See what I mean? It's ridiculous, man. Okay.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day.
Wait. So you telling me if I got
I was gonna answer the question. He should, because the word of God says, what is it? What you say, Raw? How you do to the least of them, you do to
what you do to the least of man, you do unto me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, come on now, Freezy. No, I'm not finished. You just gave us like literally 2.5 hours of why women should submit their body to the government because of morality and Jesus and all that fun stuff. Jesus
I ain't say nothing about Jesus. I ain't say nothing about Jesus.
Whatever, fine. Morality. It still applies here. What you do, say it again, Raw, because I've been trying to memorize it. What is it?
What you do to the least of men, you do unto me.
Exactly. So imagine pulling up.
I am not sinning if I don't get them other kids on me.
Imagine pulling up to a house full of starving children every day with 1 burger and 1 fry and 1 drink. what are you doing to God? What are you doing to Jesus in response? Like, come on now, that's your religion, right?
Are you really gonna reach like that? For real? Listen, okay.
I
I'm
mean,
not.
that's
Well,
crazy.
first of all, hold on. Okay,
A
since you
Do
want
moral
any of
to,
the other
duty.
Christians agree
They're
with
talking
you? That's
about
what
a
I'm trying to
moral
figure out.
duty. You know
well,
that they're
since you want to bring religion into it, you want to bring
You
Jesus
brought
into it.
religion to it with abortion, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I did not. I did not. I
Oh,
said
okay.
I actually stipulated that
You actually
religion.
did.
No, I
You
did not.
actually
I
did.
stipulated that religion and morality is different. That's
You
what I
based your
said.
morals off your religion, though.
No, run the tape back. Okay, anyway, listen.
Yes, you did.
What I said was, this is what I'm saying.
No, you don't.
I'm not
Oh,
sinning. I'm not sinning if I don't get the other 3 kids something to eat.
of
Okay,
course
Who
not.
what?
who
Not
you
Okay,
trying to
every
hold
convince?
on.
rationalizes. Not every rationalizes.
Wait,
Whatever.
wait,
Who
And you're
wait.
not
who
wrong neither. And you're not
who
wrong
you
neither.
trying to convince? Who you trying to convince that you're
Exactly.
not sinning? You trying to convince us, or you trying to convince you?
You know what I've been noticing? I let y'all talk, but y'all won't let me talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Shit.
That
I've
makes you
been
feel
noticing
good.
that.
You've been
I
noticing a lot of
noticing
stuff
that.
wrong.
All
Run the
right.
I
tape.
know.
Run the tape back.
I noticed that you victimize yourself when you don't get your way in the conversation. I noticed
Run the
that.
And
tape
screams.
back.
He screams a lot too, and he curses. Did y'all notice? He's been doing
Yes,
that a
I
lot.
do. Okay, now
And he do.
listen.
And he
Yeah,
called names.
Self
He
control.
yeah.
called names because I've been Miss Jovo,
Yes.
therapeutic, and church
Everybody calling
lady.
names.
Well,
Y'all, all right. I'm
anyway.
gonna give everybody their famous last words. All right. We
Okay.
gotta keep this. I usually give y'all 60. Y'all get 30 tonight. 30 seconds. Because I'm scared the 60 might turn into another 60 minutes. Because we need to have a part 2. But because this was heated. It was a good discussion though, y'all.
Y'all want me back? Y'all don't. Y'all ain't scared of me.
Whoa.
Y'all
We're gonna
scared
do
of me?
last words. We're doing last words. Dial it
We
down.
we don't interrupt during last words, Freezy.
Exactly. Dial it
That's the
back.
rule
Okay,
here.
I'm sorry, Miss Jovo.
She's
I'm sorry.
talking.
Maroon looks
All
good
right.
on you too, Miss Jovo. It looks good on you. Yeah.
I know it, baby. I know it.
Sorry, Ashley.
All right, y'all. So famous last words. Let's go ahead. 30 seconds. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I'm already off muted.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead.
famous 30 seconds. Your body, your choice, man. It doesn't have to be some life-changing terrible situation. If you don't want to have no child, you can't afford to have no child, something happens to the child and you guys decide y'all don't want it, that's between you and God. The government cannot legislate that. Also, if you come to a house full of starving children, feed them children. Like, who you trying to prove not bringing a pizza or a box of chicken? I think that's 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you. All right, Darwin, you want to go next?
Yeah, just hey, yeah, full screen me, please. Leave these women and their bodies alone. I mean, we don't have the knowledge or the we don't know anything that's going on with these women and their bodies. We're not going through the experiences that they have to go through. We're not risking our lives, so we should stay out of these decisions, and we shouldn't be rooting for their demise of their control of their body. And for these kids that's not eating these meals, if you can't afford 4 Happy Meals, then just say that, because I think that's just the problem. So hey,
Okay.
but I don't know.
All right. Robbie, you want to go next?
Listen, gentlemen, congratulations. You have your reproductive rights with Roe versus Wade being overturned. Now, when these women drop your kids off to you, be sure that you can be able to feed them, because we see what happens when men are limited to only be able to buy one value meal at McDonald's per day. Now, I tell you what, I thank God for the 2 loaves and the 5 fish, or the 5 loaves and the 2 fish that fed the masses. Imagine if Jesus would have said, "Oh, no, I ain't feeding them. They ain't my kids." What would the state of society be today? But that's that good morals and that good Christian values, is to feed the multitude out of nothing. Make it a way out of no way, because he will supply. Listen, man, get all your kids, okay? Take your kids, have them, because y'all are gonna have them now. And all those statistics that make y'all look like y'all are keeping your semen to yourself, those are about to be blown out of the water. And when we see all of the races of other women that are actually having your babies, that their deletions aren't getting deleted from their records, what is the story going to be then? I can't wait till 10 years from now, when everybody's flat broke busted, as we're heading into a recession. I want to see what the men have to say
then.
All right, I love it. All right, Freezy, you want to go next?
Yeah, I want to say first off, I really appreciate you guys having me up here on this. I really do. I appreciate every chance I get to, give my opinion on panels and stuff. Ashley, Miss Jovo, Miss Hill, Miss Understanding, Mr. Hill. I really appreciate y'all. Robbie, you know what it is. Much love. I want to say I am happy that Roe v. Wade was overturned, and to the 50 or 60% of men that this to the 50% of men that don't have kids, or 60% of men that don't have kids, this doesn't apply to you. But the 50% of men that do have kids, and also the 30% of men that's actually having sex, be responsible with your seed. Okay. And also, women, you have more options to be responsible when it comes to being pregnant. You have 37 options of contraceptive. You know when you ovulate, and also you can practice
Don't
closing your
give them
legs.
none.
You can practice exactly right. That's, let me tell you something. One thing me and Robbie agree on is don't give them none. Marry before you carry. We agree on that. That's why I got love for Robbie. And also, when it comes to these $7 Happy Meals and these $11 McDonald's combos, it gets expensive out here. Somebody mentioned the bucket of chicken. I don't know if anybody been to Popeye chicken lately, but it cost them about $35 for a family box. So stop acting like this shit is cheap out here, and it's not. And to the man that's actually providing for his child, please do not let society, feminists, or anybody else make you feel guilty for doing what you're supposed to be doing in the first place. And I just want to say I love y'all.
That's more than 30
Easy.
seconds.
And run the tape back.
You know it's hard out here for a pimp.
All right, now we got Cannon.
Okay, so the more we have these types of conversations, ladies, I go back to my initial suggestion. Continue to have your children have your babies. Leave them with their dads. No matter how many dads it is, just drop that child right off and do not turn back. As a matter of fact, pay your 17% of child support and go by each house and drop off a Happy Meal, and you will be considered Mother of the Year.
Y'all are hilarious. All right, Jovo.
It's your girl, Miss Jovo, aka Therapeutic Church Lady. Got me a new name tonight. I want both ladies and gentlemen to remember that you can't control everything that happens around you, but you can damn sure control your response. Ladies, the government has responded. Respond accordingly. Okay. Number two, sort out relationships accordingly. Okay. You have people who want to build companionship with you and they want to see you win. And then you have people that they want to be sponsees. They want you to provide sponsorship. Sort them out accordingly. Okay. And then the last thing that I would like to say tonight, okay, is, and let me gather my thoughts when I say this. Shout out to all the women that did survive childbirth like Mrs. Jovo did. And when you hear men try to tell you what you need to do with your body, when you hear from men who can't even make a determination between what a zygote is and what a fetus is, don't even give it your energy. I gave them too much energy tonight. But I know my life's value. I don't need validation from people who disguise themselves as I'm not part of the manosphere. Okay? Manage your expectations, set boundaries. I'll see y'all next week.
Oh, Lord. Y'all are funny. I'm going to get my famous last words, but before I do that, I want to thank you all for tuning in to the Ladies' Room. We come to you every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Central. We got the whole squad, and we have guests on, as you can see. We did tonight. If you'd like to be a part of the show, go ahead and send us an email, or not an email, but a private message on Facebook. Our Facebook group is the Ladies Room group chat. The Ladies Room group chat, and I'll put the link in the comment section. I want to remind you guys also about our clubhouses. Check us out. We got a convo with Jovo. She's starting her clubhouse next month at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time every second Thursday. Real Talk with Raven is every last Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then our girl Cannon comes to you every third Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, Robbie and Freezy, you want to but tell us about your shows when they can catch you.
Go ahead,
I'll
Robbie.
let Freezy go first. Go ahead, Freezy. You know we've been cutting you off all night, so I want you to have the floor.
Well, I just started my channel. I'm probably like only 6 videos in, so I'm getting the hang of it. If you want more of Freezy, come to No Captivity with Freezy. And quite the contrary, I'm not a manosphere guy. I'm really on both sides. I try to be fair and balanced on both issues. Miss Jovo, okay, I love you, but I try to be fair on both. Be quiet, Miss here. I hear you thinking.
Today with your ass a 2 for 2 manosphere today.
No, I'm really not a manosphere guy. If you really know me, I'm not a manosphere guy. But on certain issues, it might appear like that. But my channel is No Captivity with Freezy, and I might need some help from y'all because I'm new. Like I said, I'm gonna be reaching out to Rob B, Ashley, and the rest of you guys because I'm new to this. I don't know how freaking I'm supposed to be posting. I don't know about this algorithm stuff. I'm a little ghetto. Y'all work with me a little bit, please. So, but I'm going to make it entertaining. That's all I want to say.
All right, and Rob, did you tell us about your channel?
No, so you guys, actually today I have launched a new initiative because I am the family advisor for the, early signs, Learn the Signs Act Early Committee with the Centers for Disease Control and the American Academy of Pediatricians. So I did today launch Information Wednesdays, and we'll be doing that every Wednesday where I'm going to have physicians, people involved in the community, and showing you the journey that it is to be a family advocate for children with special needs. But you guys make sure you come over to the Ruby Privilege channel. I'm telling you right now. You're going to get that good education, but I am very spicy and I am quick to just kirk out and curse somebody out. So you might get that too. So if you sensitive, I do give disclaimers at the beginning of the videos to let you know what you're walking into on today. But come through. It's so much fun. Love fest. Thank you guys for having me.
Ashley, can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing, Ashley?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want nobody in the chat or anybody watching to get my because I can't get crunk, but I do love everybody on this panel, and I try to maintain a certain level of respect. And Miss Jovo, I wasn't calling out your name. I was being sarcastic or whatnot, but it was, to me, it's just that's my type of back and forth. But I do want you to know I really do got love for you. When it come to, if you know me, when it come to black women, I'm pro-black. When it come to divestors and stuff, be quiet, Robbie. When it come to divestors, and I don't deal with that crowd. I'm pro-black woman. She's so crazy. When it come to black women, I fight for y'all. I really do. And I know it seems like I don't, but I really do. I'm pro-black woman. I don't play that divestor crowd. I don't play none of that. Okay. I'm all about the black community. And I hope y'all invite me back because I actually enjoyed myself, strangely so. I really did. So,
well, I'm happy you did. We'll definitely have you back. I'm just gonna thank you, Robbie and Freezy. We greatly appreciate you all coming on over to our show tonight, y'all. We had a good one. I'm gonna give my famous last words, and then we'll go ahead and close out. So, my famous last words. I'm looking kind of tired tonight, y'all. I've been a little sick, so I'm not gonna do a close up. Y'all look all pretty and stuff, so I'm not gonna do a close up. But
you look fabulous. I love that hair color too.
Oh, thank you. My famous last words would be, people, please, let's have some foresight okay? Some foresight and some wisdom and some discretion about who we are mating with and when we mate. Like, there's no such thing as being ready, but there is a such thing as just clearly not being ready at all, right? To embark on bringing a child into this world. Let's have a little bit more foresight about when we're doing it and who we're doing it with. That's not just for women, that's for men as well. And I would say that, even with all the responsibility in the world, my heart goes out to women who have experienced some type of medical issues. I never got to see my mom. She only saw my face. And because of the woman that she was and my family and the people that knew my mom, I feel like I kind of know her because people talk to me about her all the time. But I never got to know my mom because she died giving birth to me and my sister. And I have records this thick, and reading it tells me nothing but it didn't have to happen. And so I love the compassion that people show when they hear these stories, but we need more than just words. We need options, okay? So I am pro responsibility, but we do need some statutes, some regulations, some options in place for women who have been responsible, who are married, who do want to have a child, but have some experience, some medical situation that happens that threatens their life, or will mean that their child will have some type of life altering condition. Those are real issues. And I really urge people who haven't experienced that to kind of just sit with that for a moment before they start criticizing and judging. Sit with that and try to imagine it being your wife or being your sister or being your daughter. Just try to think about that outside of all the irresponsible things. Just think about some of the other things that need to be accounted for. Okay. Even if it's 5%, 10%, whatever it is. Let's just think about all the layers and the options. And let's just try to love each other better, y'all. Try to love each other better. That's all I'm going to say. All right. I had fun tonight, y'all. Thank you. Y'all have a good one. Peace out.